Thank you for the hat.
Stream is starting, the Captain Coder at the helm. Bean water is ready. Today we will learn a lot. He loves the questions, he loves to sing. Join our Discord, follow him.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Marshall, thank you so much for the hat redeem. My hair was all a little messy today, so I was really hoping someone would get one in there before the start of the stream so no one would see. No one would see, no one would know. Now it's a secret. Shh, don't tell anyone. Happy Saturday, everybody. It's so wonderful to have all you beautiful people here. Marshall, welcome back. Kuwani, congratulations on number 2. Marshall, congratulations on number 1. Stygian, welcome back. Thank you for those free points. Thank you for those free points. Grumpy Game Dev. Oh, Grumpy, my Grumpy. How you doing today, my friend? It's wonderful to have you here. Mark, welcome back. It's so great to see you again. I hope you've been having a beautiful day, a beautiful week, a beautiful life, a beautiful year, a beautiful month, all those good things. I hope it's all beautiful. Glad to help with your hat wishes, Marshall, making all my dreams come true. Draco, welcome back to the stream. I hope your game is coming along. I know I asked last time, but I don't think I remember exactly what the answer was. I asked if you'd done any more music for your game. I want to know. How's that going? Code Monk, it's great to have you here again, of course. Every time. Code Monk, I feel like we're old friends. I don't know if that's how you feel, but it feels like it's so surprising to me to learn that you hadn't been here for that long, but it feels like you're a fixture here. Smab, congratulations on your 1 million big ones. Your 1 million big ones. Does my lighting feel off to you guys? My lighting seem okay? It must be the hat, the contrast here and the little icon there. It's okay. Smab, it's great to see you. G, as always, it's wonderful to have you here. How is your game, The Traveler? Have you finished it? How's The Traveler coming along, G? Great to see you Again, distant answer as always. Wonderful to have you here. A fixture like a stub and stain on a shirt. Look, some shirts just have character, extra little character here. Grumpy, that's true though. Dramokes, welcome back to the stream as well. Great to have you. I finished The Looker. The Looker, yes. The yes. Oh, the Looker, not the Traveler. Sorry, I got it wrong. I tried. I looked, I tried, I did my best. I've tried my hardest. Distant answer, it's great to see you, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Folks, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Captain Coach's Academy. Let me take a swig of water here. I'm just talking to my water bottle. Let me just keep talking into my water bottle here. That water's good. You gotta make sure you hydrate before you dehydrate with that coffee. You gotta counteract and get so many liquids in your body doesn't know what to do. You just gotta confuse the body. That's the key. That's the key to any staple diet of liquids, is to confuse the body as much as it can so it just doesn't know what to do and it doesn't absorb any calories. That's my secret. That's my secret. That's the secret to my success. What are we working on today, folks? Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024 is almost upon us, less than a week away. Next Saturday we'll know the theme. Our team will be together. We'll be working XKCD and all the books. It's true. It's true. XKCD killing it. One of my favorite comics, web comics of all time. We're working on the DC Jam 2024. Let me show you what I got so far. Show you what I got. It won't look like much if you've been here already, but it's been pretty cool. So here's what I have. You can navigate around inside of the dungeon. All right. So these thin walls, we're gonna secretly make it so you can't. Some of these walls are actually doors, so you can't tell it's a door because it's just a door here. But we could do something like this. I added in scripting. I don't know if anyone saw this. I got Lua scripting working, but I can do context.get wall. It's gonna tell me. Oh, I got to do a return on here. Two. It's a wall number 2. So that means that this one is that 2 doesn't mean much, but if we do return secret door, return door. All right, 2 is a door. So this is actually a door here. You can't see it, but we're writing Lua here. We can also do context.set wall none. So we can get rid of that wall there through scripting. Ooh, fancy. This was so cool for me. I've never done anything like this in a game where I integrated modding support, but I'm having so much fun with it. So we have a little bit of a dungeon crawler here. Smab, you saw, nice. Have you already complete your group for the Jam Cap? We have a composer, we have a pixel artist. It might be pretty cool to get another I'm not opposed to the team being any bigger. My biggest concern is I don't feel like I work well with other programmers on a game jam. Because it's such a short amount of time. There's not a lot of time for communication. And so that said, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea. This is open source project. I talked to Zuperden, the host of the jam, and I'm allowed to accept pull requests. So if anyone wants to try and contribute, you're absolutely welcome to do so. Tear down this wall. It's true. But yeah, it's been super fun setting this up. The scripting language. This is Lua scripting. So I did get the Lua scripting working. We can do context.set. There's only 4 different functions, I think. Set player position 7-2, so we can teleport our player around. I have been a little bit, I wouldn't say super busy. I've been doing a little bit of coding every day on this, a few hours here and there. On my breaks, I've been having a lot of fun with it. But we have our crawler. Smad, you asked me the question, what is a dungeon crawler, as far as like my data type comes down to it, and I think I understand it much better now, because the dungeon crawler type has to have way more data than I was originally thinking. It's going to have information about the texture, so it's going to have like a dungeon manifest. I have a better idea of it now. Dungeon manifest with all of the different dungeons. It has like a monster, like when we figure out what combat looks like, it has like monster manifest. It has all kinds of stuff inside of it that it's able to look up. So it has all of the information about the entire game, which is really interesting. I've been reading this book on game engine design, game engine architecture, and it's really helped me think. This book is fantastic. It doesn't talk about like not Unity game engine, but game engine in general. So like the idea is if you're making a game, what are all the components of the game? And this has really helped me think about, oh, that's, you know, my dungeons are, they call them chunks in here. So my dungeons are chunks, levels throughout the area, things that are loaded and unloaded throughout the game. What are my different data types? What are those different things? Are you using grid snapping? So I want to make the character move. Yes. So they teleport in place. Currently, that's one of the things that happens. So when I press forward, it's instant transmission to that spot, just like the good old ones. Seems that I'm going to join the jam too. I formed a group with an artist and maybe a sound designer, Code Monk. That's awesome. I'm so excited to see what you guys make. That said, there is no way to, we currently have scriptable, all the places in our dungeon can be scripted, but there's no way to interact with those. So that's what I want to try and work on today. So let me pull up here our GitHub Dungeon Crawler 2024. I'm excited. Someone stop this guy. His brain is growing at an unprecedented rate. It's too big. At this rate, it's going to take over the world any moment now. Oh, I forgot to get this pull request merge in. Send message / renderer. Oh yeah, I forgot I added that in. This is what I added last night. There's nothing to trigger it, but I added in a little thing to context.write info, I think is it. Hello world. So now you can script little text things to pop up on the screen like this. So you could have an event where you move into something, move into a square, and a little text message will pop up. And that's just, we could end up putting it anywhere. But for now, it just renders in the middle of the screen. That was the simplest thing to do. But yeah, and it groups them together. Hello world, something longer. And then it will have a little delay so we can actually switch between them here. So you could have like a dialogue popping up on the screen explaining a tutorial or something like that. Okay, what do I want to try and get done today? This is super fun. I'm having such a blast. So let's do a pull request. Let's finish this pull request. Let's merge this in. I must have started this last night and then went to bed. At what time did this come in? Probably not that late, 13 hours ago. That sounds about right. Let's get this merged in. Get checkout main. We'll do a pull. Get pull. Get pull here. Get branch. Let me zoom that font in a little bit. Let me know if the font's too small. I'm happy to increase the font size for all you beautiful people out there. When I'm programming on my own, the font, I have it a little bit smaller for me, so I have a little bit more space on the screen. When I'm streaming, I'm zoomed in a little bit. But I've been having so much fun with it. Making a game where you throughout the game learn a unique scripting language to manipulate the world would be pretty sick. Mark, I've had that idea for quite a long time. Yak Dog Games, welcome to the stream again. Yak Dog Games, welcome aboard. I want to thank Yak Dog Games. Thank you for following me. Thank you for the follow, Dungeon Dimples. Good morning, Kim. How's your day going? Are you getting the cold? I think I'm recovering from a cold, so I was kind of sick the last. Someone said, "Are you getting sick on Wednesday?" And I said, I know, I just think it was a runny nose. But in the last couple of days, I was sick. I'm feeling great this morning. But yeah, the last couple of days, I've been a little bit sick. Folks, if you guys don't know, Dungeons and Dimples, the one, the only, the incredible, the unstoppable Dungeons and Dimples, folks, be sure to go give her a check out.
She's taken particular offense to this pile of snow and is just attacking it with all of her arrows. What are you doing, honey? Die, snow.
You see that beautiful lady right there, that incredible streamer? Go check her out, playing retro games, currently playing Spyro, plays board games on streams as well. One of my favorite places to hang out. Be sure to go give her some love. Click that heart. You see that heart? You gotta click it. You gotta click it. You feel I got a husky undertone. Your game making is going wonderful. We are working on a dungeon crawler. I'll demo it one more time. This is what we're making. We're working on the Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. This is what we have so far. So it's gonna be I'm actually building what I consider a little tool for making these style of games. So Dungeon Crawler here, instant transition. So classic, like Eye of the Beholder, DC Jam 2024. So we're preparing for this game jam, which starts next Friday, right in the middle of my workday. But we're going to be starting on Saturday. My team and I might start a little bit the night before, talking about it, but I'm having so much fun. Dungeons and Dimples sits up in her seat. Yes, exactly. I'm making it. No, Dungeons and Dimples. I'm not doing it for this DJ Jam. I'm doing it just for you. We're making Dimple Land here. So what I want to do today is I want to try and finish this. Did I delete that branch? I did. Let's come over here. The issue I want to try and work on today is implement interface tooling for editing and creating dungeon map events. So right now in the world, in the code, there are ways to make events, and then there's no way to trigger them just yet. But I want to be able to create the dungeon event maps in an interface. And part of me is not quite sure what that's going to look like. But we have this tool, .NET Run Project Raylib here. We have this tool for creating our maps. Part of me is thinking I need to migrate this stuff over to Unity specifically and stop having stuff separate. So we have this tool for making maps like this. So we can make maps, and this is just doing walls. There's quite a few things left to do to get it here. We can do walls, we can do doors. So I can make a little hallway here like this. So if I wanted to build this out, there's no, you can't see the doors in the 3D version yet. But we have this really simple way to build out these maps. So if I were to take this and I were to save this, I can save this as 2 squares. Okay, and I take this file, I'm gonna move this into my Unity project, copy, save data, 2 squares. Let's move this into our Unity project, assets, data, maps. All right, we'll move it into there. Now we can load that up. We can set that as the map that we are currently on in the game. So if I come over, let's let it build. Let it build, 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 let it build. It is building Unity so slow. It's okay, Unity can build. Oh, Unity. Yeah, this is why I'm like, well, maybe I won't make it in Unity, because a little editor on the outside would be nice. The tooling for adding in like text editors might be worthwhile here, but I'm gonna make it just load from a file. That's what I'm gonna do. So now I have this data over here. I come to my dungeon map, and I'm gonna set this to 2 squares. And now when I run my game, can't wait for .NET Core and Unity. Hopefully that'll improve. Hey, Rob Lang Dev. Yes, I agree. So now we have this. You can't see it. There's a door here. You can't see it because there's not a texture for the doors yet. And there's a door here. But we can take this, we can load it in. Rob Lang, welcome to the stream, my friend. Glad to have you here. I don't know if you've seen what I've been doing, but I am not writing any code in Unity. All of my code is C#12. All of my code is C#12. So let me show you an example here. All my code is C#12. It compiles to DLLs and then drops it into the Unity. First time on your stream, yeah. So my entire Unity project, I have no scripts written in Unity. They all get compiled to DLLs and dropped in. They compile to Net Standard 2.1, so I don't have access to cool .NET 8 features and all the cool, all the awesome, core libraries that .NET 5 and above provide. But I have access to the C#12 syntax, which is absolutely awesome. So that is one thing that I will say. I've been pushing it to its limits a little bit, and that actually makes it compile pretty fast because it doesn't have to link with any of my code. Unity doesn't do any of my compiling. All my compiling happens separately, and then it just links the libraries together. I'm loving modern C# as well. SkyDriver, hi Captain Coder, how are you? I'm doing absolutely wonderful, SkyDriver. I hope you're doing wonderful. I hope you have a great weekend. Hi chat, I hope you have a nice weekend as well. I'm gonna have a beautiful weekend. I'm meeting up with some of my Twitch friends IRL today. It's gonna be super fun. They happen to be in town. They're not here for me, but they're here, and so we're gonna hang out a little bit today. I'm super excited about that. Assuming it's okay with them. I like I said, I think I was a little sick this week. Let me take a look here. Let's see what they said. Cool. Yeah, so we're gonna be meeting up with them for lunch later today. I'm super excited about it. Okay. All right. I was saying I need a focus command. Oh no, I actually opened up MuseScore. Calm down, MuseScore. All right, so my editor, what I need to do, no, I don't need to have my music program open right now. Come on, MuseScore, go away.
You in the back. Pay attention.
That's a pretty good one for focus. That one could work pretty well for as a focus command. In my Raylib project, I would like there to be a screen. Oh, let's get this. Hang on. Let's create a branch for this. We're going to implement the interface tooling for editing and creating dungeon event maps. Okay. So we're going to take this. We're going to pull it out. It's going to be so fun, Dimples. It's going to be awesome. Maybe someday we will play board games IRL. Maybe someday. I would love to play board games with you in person someday. Maybe we'll have to make that happen at some point. Okay. So what I want to have happen, not what I wanted to do. Net run project Raylib. Apparently Shift R. There must be a button stuck down. I can't type capital R, apparently. Hang on, something weird is going on. A key on my keyboard is stuck down or something. Shift. Why is Shift? There it goes. Okay. .NET run project Raylib. There we go. Shift R was doing some weird stuff. All right. So what I want to do is I want to make it so that way in my editor, I don't know what button to make it, but I want to be able to press a button or click something on the screen. I don't have any buttons in this. I haven't made any buttons with Raylib Renderer, but I would like to make it so I can press something like key and have a dialog open. Maybe we'll make it P. I don't know why P comes to mind. Escape is currently opening up the menu. Maybe I have it in part of my menu where I can open up scripts. There'll be a menu option for scripts that I select. That feels a little bit weird. But what does my interface look like here for my game to be able to attach scripts at a location? I need this idea of an event map here. What does anyone have a suggestion for a button? Currently I have movement controls for moving around. Tab switches between my door types. Part of me feels like maybe a drop down menu or something would make sense. And part of me feels like maybe I should add this into Unity and have an editor scene that I use in Unity. Rather than having this external program. But this is too much fun. I think I'm gonna make it the minus key here. Minus key will toggle some information over here. Or maybe when I have the menu open, if I hit tab, it'll switch between different options. What I need though, is I need the ability to add a script to a location at an event. And so I have all the underlying code to do this. I just need to make it part of the interface now. Let's come to my Raylib project here. And the screens, I have my editor, I have my menu, I have my menu screen. My menu screen, let's look at how, it's been a while since I looked at this code. Save as, new map, randomize map, load, return to editor, exit editor. These are my options. Let's add an entry here for it. Just for now. To look at and view. On the right side, when I'm in the location, I want some information displayed off to the right side of it. That said, that's a little bit easier said than done. I'm kind of keeping my maps to 20 by 20, but there's Oh, cool. I did actually set it up so my cursor cannot leave these bounds. Okay, so my cursor can't actually leave the bounds. This is as far as it can go. Great. So now I will put my tile information over to the right side here. Okay, so let's add that information in. It's our dungeon editor screen. We have our render here. Renders our wall map, renders our cursor. I want to have a render position info. So I want to have something here that renders information off to the right side of my map. BK Dev, welcome back to the stream. How are you on this beautiful day? BK, how's it going, friend? It's great to have you here. What have you been up to? How are things going? Have you started your new job? I know you just got a new job. When do you start? Have you started? Tell us all about it. Oh, that's a great emote. Future Man. I haven't seen that one. Future Man. Does everyone have that one? What a cool. I like that one a lot. I think that's the first time I've seen that one. Okay, so I want an idea of a tile info class here. So it'd be great to do something like the following: cursor.render tile info wall map. In the location that I'm currently at, I want tile information here. And so this fills cursor wall. This is what we have in wall map. We need a combination of our cursor info. I'm gonna run a little thing here. Render info at cursor. Okay. And then we'll give it this cursor for now. And we also have, I guess I don't have to, if it's this local method here, private void render info at cursor. And we're gonna end up pulling this out once I know exactly what this is looking at. It's a little bit prototypey here. Once I know what this is doing, I will abstract it out into a separate class, but I don't know what the information is yet. I don't know exactly what I need, but it's gonna be probably a static function that takes in information, including wall data info. Render info at cursor, or really get cursor info. That's what I need. I need an object that says what is the information on the cursor. Let's do it this way for now, and then we'll pull it out. Before I overcomplicate it, I'm already over engineering in my mind. I'm like, no, slow down, keep it simple until it needs to be abstracted. BK says the new job isn't super confirmed yet, but heavily implied. Gotcha. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you. Starting in September, ages away. But you graduate. When do you graduate? Or have you graduated? I think you're graduating at the end of this year. So I'm assuming that's after you graduate. I'm doing absolutely wonderful, BK. Thank you for asking. I hope you're doing wonderful. So we want to get wall map dot get tile. So I need to get, this is interesting, dot map. I don't have a tile. Get tile here. Let's look at where do I have that. I think that must be in my dungeon. Tile. Yeah, so this is part of my dungeon. So rather than having my dungeon, as my dungeon has walls in it. Graduate in July. Awesome. So I should have a dungeon here. This can get me all the information about this. I get tile here. Returns a tile, which is a position, tile walls. And we're gonna add, there'll probably be some additional information about that there as well. June and July, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's exciting times for you, my friend. That's with the computer science degree. Is that correct? Got the email yesterday. I've now successfully got enough credits to graduate. That's fantastic. Let me look here, because I don't necessarily think I need this. Part of me, tile walls. I feel like tile walls is important here, but really I care about what I'm looking at. I don't care about this tile. I care about what I'm looking at. So let's render our XY position first. We're gonna render our XY position. on the screen. And so there's going to be a little bit of an offset here to draw us on the screen. So we'll do a raylib.draw text. And this is going to be our position. And maybe I just put an X, you know, X to be our cursor dot position dot X cursor. And let me pull this out here actually. Var XY equals cursor dot position, like that. I could even do this, position facing. This might work well. Position X, position Y, and then facing, like that. Let's see what this looks like. Wants us to draw text. We have to tell it our X and Y position. And so this is going to be off to the right side. Excuse me on clearing my throat there. So off to the right side, we'll do, we have 24 pixels, 24 cells on our map, I believe. So I should make that a constant. Max size, there it is. Max map size. Look, I remembered to do that times cell size. So we're off to the right that many cells. And then we'll put this at the top of the screen. We'll do a font size 12, see what that looks like. And then we'll do a color dot white there. Let's try it. Render cursor info. Okay, let's try this. Graduation, absolutely huge. That's a bunch of your life, all of your schooling up until that point, right? All right, so super tiny. Not quite. Oh, because we have sort of this padding on the left side. So I need to move it over. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 more. I'm not sure where that +4 comes from. Where, because we have an offset. Let's get our render. Our offset cell size times 2. Cell size times 2. Int offset. All right, we'll take an offset here. Int left, like this. I'm going to replace this with a left. And this is going to become a pass. It's going to be offset plus max map size times cell size, like that. And I think we need even one more plus some padding even. But we'll find out in just a moment. That's right. That's what we're working on, Dimples. All right, so that gets us there. But let's do a +1 on our cell size. Get us one more way, so we have a little bit of padding in there. And then we're going to create a top as well. So int left, int top. We'll take this top in here, and I want to start that at 2 times. I think 3 times cell size, but 2 will get us to the top. Line it up with our map there. Let's take another look. And this font size is too small. Let's try 16. There we go. And so now as we move around, it'll update with us. I still think it's a little chunky. The font is a little chunky. I'm not sure if I like that font or not, but it's okay. We get a little bit of information about where we are and the information. So we'll come through and we'll say wall type, and then we need, you know, whether or not there's a script there or not. Okay. So beneath that, all right, we'll do int font. Do I have a const for font size? I don't, but we'll do a const here. Const int font size equals 16. That way we know how much to move it down by. It is a public event, Dungeons and Dimples, so it's a game jam. This is a programming event. Anyone is allowed to join. Currently 965 people have joined it. Look at that number. It's a big number. 965 people. You can kind of think of it as a programming competition. I don't necessarily think of it as a programming competition. I think of more of it as just like an event where people get together and program. There will be prizes. Dances with Dirt. Yeah, we got a const, so we got that font size in there. Font size like that. And now we're going to write below it raylib.drawText. And then I want wall type. And then we're going to put the wall type. So I need to pull that information out. We'll do left, top plus font size like this. Plus a padding. Let's do const int padding equals 2 plus padding font size color dot white like that. We'll have our wall type right below it. We have to pull that wall type out, wall type. And to get the wall type, that's going to be in our wall map dot get wall at position facing. Okay, so this should be wall type like that. Let's give it a shot. I know you're not looking at it like a competition, but it is always an award that has caught your eye with its sparkliness. Is there any award that has caught your eye with its sparkliness? Probably. All right, so now I can see. You'll notice this information, the wall type shows up if I swap the wall type out there. We see what type of wall it is, and let's load a map just to see here. Yeah, as I move around, we can see the different types of walls shown over here. Let's make that font a little bit bigger. Might need to go with 20. The changing the font is probably the better answer, but there's a little bit of danger that. Dr. Jin, welcome to the stream. How you doing, friend? It's great to see you. What have you been doing on your stream? What have you been doing lately? I feel like I'm never able to make your Dimples. I can never make your stream these days. My work schedule is different than it was when we first started hanging out. And Jin, I feel like I never get to see you either. What have you been doing over there? Tell me about it. What awards have caught my eye with the sparkliness? Probably collectible stuff. I can't think of a competition. I used to do music. I used to play in music competitions when I was younger. And more for the glory than anything else. I can't think of anything. What am I thinking? What type of prize? Probably some kind of board games would probably be a prize I'd be interested in. So there used to be these competitions. There's this game called HeroScape, and they used to have competitions where you'd win exclusive HeroScape units and stuff. That type of thing would be an allure to me. Would totally be an allure to me. To go and do a competition where you can win exclusive things that you couldn't ever get outside. Magic the Gathering does stuff like that. So when I used to be really big into Magic the Gathering, Friday Night Magic, you could win if you won a tournament. These little tournaments would be like 8 people. Is that right? 8 people? No, 8 rounds, so 32 people. If you win first place, second place, third place, you get these cards that are special editions of the cards that can only be won that way. And that type of stuff used to be really exciting to me, almost in a bad, obsessive way. So we have our wall type information. Now I want to add in information here to show what scripts are attached to it, and then a way to view those scripts. And that's going to be tricky. And I think what I'm going to do is just have it connected to files, and you can modify the file. I think that's what I want to have it do there. Okay. So next, I want to have in sort of information that renders about our script data here. ETH-Gada. Let me know if I'm pronouncing right. ETH-Gada has followed me today, and you know I want to say thank you. ETH-Gada, welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Dance Wizard says, I just got a bunch of Magic the Gathering cards. Coincidentally nice. I try not to get any new Magic the Gathering cards. I have too many already. I have so many. It's ridiculous. I constantly, in the past, I've just given them away. But I have my core. Magic the Gathering is a crazy game. Absolutely awesome game. Just out of control these days, I think. I liked it. I don't know. I don't want to say anything too wrong. Can never have enough. It's true. They're doing the Universes Beyond thing now, so there's just a bunch of cool new stuff. Yeah, it's a little too much for me. I don't know if you know this, but I'm kind of a collector. Magic the Gathering got to a point where you can't actually collect all the things, and so I had to stop because I was just too insane. I couldn't collect them all. I used to. So my Magic the Gathering collection is insane. I used to play Magic the Gathering online. In Magic the Gathering online, if you actually collect one of every card in a set, you can redeem it and they will mail you that set. Like basically brand new cards, never like sealed sets of the cards. And so I used to I used to draft on Magic the Gathering online and get complete sets by drafting and then trading. And so starting with 7th edition, I have like every card all the way up to I want to say right after they introduced Planeswalkers, I stopped playing. I didn't like Planeswalkers. First Planeswalker, Magic the Gathering. Lorwyn. So it's like shortly after Lorwyn. And I wasn't a huge fan of the Planeswalkers. I felt like this is when I felt like power creep started coming into Magic a little bit too much. So I stopped playing for a long time. Then I came back in Kaladesh, and I really liked Kaladesh. That was a cool block. I played for 2 or 3 years around that time. But yeah, my Magic collection is kind of insane because of that. It wasn't physical cards. Yeah, you could redeem them. What is your recommended coding language for someone to change careers? That's a great question. Streams by a wave. Just so if you're new here, for all the new people, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming as my full-time job to young students ages 10 to 14. That's the age group I teach. I did software engineering I started freelancing when I was 16. So I've been doing what I would consider professional coding, being paid to code for over 20 years. If you're changing careers, I'm assuming you're changing from something to software engineering to programming. I don't think the language matters as much as learning how to build things. That said, you do need to learn the basics of a language. And my personal preference, suggests is Japanese, Spanish, and German. My favorite language happens to be C#. I think it's a fantastic general purpose programming language. You can do pretty much anything with it. You can make web applications, you can make desktop applications, you can make mobile applications. It does it all. It's a pretty versatile programming language. And the book I recommend to just start learning concepts is the C# Player's Guide. It's $35, but this is the best. Zero to hero is like the phrase everyone always uses. From not knowing anything about programming to being able to make real software, this book will get you there. And it's small. It's small. I don't, some people might not consider it small. So do I have a copy of it in here? Give me a second. I don't. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Here's my edition. Yeah, I think it's pretty small. As far as textbooks go, it's not that big. It's like 500, 600 pages, 400, about 500 pages long. So it's not going to teach you everything you need to know about programming, but it gets you a great start. The other thing that I love about this book is that the author is very active on a Discord. So the author has a Discord that's very active. So if you have questions about the book, you can ask. The community there is awesome. I think it's one of the best C# resources around. Absolutely. C# will make you very marketable as well. A lot of people might say learning something like JavaScript or web development is another good route, and I don't disagree with that. And also, welcome back, Captain Enosa. How have you been? What have you been up to, my friend? But yeah, I hope that kind of answered your streams by a wave. Also, feel free to join the Discord. Ask people there what they're doing, what they think. Don't hesitate to get on there and ask questions of other cool people. If anyone else has advice, feel free to share it with us as well. Okay. It's also got a ring and a sword on the cover. It's true. That is the true statement. Truth, truth, truth. All right. So here's the tricky part. Because now I need a dungeon event map here. to represent whether or not we have a script attached. You're welcome, Streams by a Wave. Welcome to the stream, by the way. So glad to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. I hope you are having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. Great to have you here. Let's look here. Streams by a Wave has followed me today. Now streams by a Wave, thank you so much. I'd like to welcome you today. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Academy. Streams by a Wave, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. That water is so good. We need to... I'm glad you enjoyed that. I'm assuming that was cold is a good term. I'm not down with all the cool slang, but I'm assuming that's a good thing. We're gonna go with Raylib. I want to add in a set of events here. So I need to add in a dungeon. This is where the interesting part is. I have my wall map here, but really dungeon event map here. Like this. I just do a new on it. We also need an event map. Okay. And there's some interesting things related to this. Is that now when I select new, I need to reset my event map. It might make more sense, and it does, I think, make more sense to, in our dungeon class, add in an event map here. So our dungeon has walls, has a wall map. It's also going to need a public dungeon event map. Hang on, can I not get an event map in here? Where is this? Who am I? It's in this namespace. This must not be attached. This is because this is part of the scripting library. So dungeon can't have an event map because it's part of the scripting library. That's interesting, the dependency. As I go, I'm finding, oh, well, it turns out these things are so intertwined. I need them together in a single DLL anyway. So now there's going to be this refactor I have to do to combine these, or I need to pull dungeon into its own thing. Is that right? It must be down here in scripting. Yeah, event map is down here in scripting. That's a good idea. So are you going to generate the dungeons? Generate's a strong word. Last year I wrote a whole generator and then I didn't use it. I'm not planning to procedurally generate dungeons, no. So as far as generate goes, this is about as generated as I think I'll use here to fill out some dungeons, is generate just random maps like this. But not procedurally generate. We did that last year, which was super fun, but I ended up not using it. So it was a lot of time spent not to build one out. So we did build one of these last year. So the way it worked was we defined different chunks. These dollar signs represent places where you could connect hallways or other rooms. And then you'd randomly select a room and say, can this attach to it? So you can attach if you have like types adjacent. So we could connect them here. And so we could use this to generate dungeons that looked like this. So we did do it. And then we would generate those out and put them into Unity like so. So we did do generated dungeons last year. It was a lot of work. We could do it again. It wouldn't be that much. I don't think it'd be that much work, but it was a lot of fun to do. If you want to go check that code out, it's on GitHub as well. Nerd Waffle, welcome back to the stream. Great to see you, my friend. I hope Canada's nice and toasty this time of year. Hope you're not too cold. Okay. So I want my this is interesting. I need to combine. I'm sad because I have to. Events need to be combined here. Yeah, so it's like my event map. Huh. My dungeon needs the event map in it. I've written myself into a weird hole again. Smab, absolutely. It's always a nightmare to go like, wait, what was I thinking? I've learned so much. I've gotten so much better. Primer Justin, welcome back to the stream. By the way, we are working on our Dungeon Crawler jam some more. Or our Dungeon Crawler editor. Looking at code I wrote 3 weeks ago is that Smab. Looking at code I wrote 3 weeks ago is always a nightmare. Being like, oh god, I've grown so much in these 3 weeks. I can't believe I used to write code that horrible. So my dungeon map, I think, just needs to be part of this project over here. What was past captain thinking? It's true. It's true. This is why I have trouble working with other people in general. All right, so we're gonna put this into. We're gonna try a thing here. Let's do a commit. Get status. Get add. Am I in this? Yeah. Get add. Get commit dash m. Chore. Add. Cursor rendering, add dungeon info cursor. Okay, I just want to do a commit before I start doing this major rewiring here. I have to do, this is gonna break stuff, I think, though. Hang on, let me make sure. Maybe not, no, it doesn't touch any of my Unity code, so it should be okay. I worked out that I have a lot of redundant CSS in my last set of pages. I need to change. See, Smab, this is why I don't use CSS. I just write the styles right in there. Can't go wrong if you just put the styles right in your HTML. Then you wouldn't have to rewrite your CSS. Sorry, I'll stop. I'll stop. Smab, blood pressure rising. Putting the styles right in there would have the same problem. No, then you would be rewriting the HTML. You wouldn't be. Let's put this in here. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. You know how I hope. All right, .NET SLN remove dungeon crawler .scripting. There's going to be some references here that need to get removed. Anything that was referencing scripting needs to go away now. You will need, why do I need to have administrator privileges to get rid of it? Delete permanently. That's interesting. .NET build. Some things are going to yell at me, hopefully. Yes. Okay. So in our Lua Dungeon Crawler event map, event script, namespace or reference Dungeon Crawler. Didn't I just get rid of this? All right, hang on. Dungeon Crawler CS Proj. Dungeon map, dungeon event map, Dungeon Crawler, dungeon event map. The namespace. Did it not actually get rid of the scripting there? Here, we got to go in here. This should not reference this project anymore. Let's make sure this one builds. Dungeon Crawler.io. Build this. Okay, let's come up to Dungeon Crawler. Let's actually read the errors. Those are supposed to help us. .NET build. Event script needs Lua. This is interesting. This is telling me that iScript context should come from my Lua package, or we should just put it all in here. The iScript context, the ice cream context. I think this could be pulled out here. and put into our event script here. This really feels like where it should be. Oh, but then this has to actually event script extensions. Okay, this can be part of Lua. Like that. This one only referencing Dungeon Crawler. Okay. Can it import these? There we go. Context. Let's get these one building at a time. Each of these building one at a time. Player view. No longer using player. Dungeon. And message. Okay. .NET build. All right, this one build. Let's go to our Lua. Brawler.lua. This is gonna fail. This needs to be coming from scripting. And the namespace in Lua initializer. Oh, this is a generated file. This is a nightmare of a file that I don't know what to do with. This is a file that I don't know what to do with. Because it works. This is a generated file. This file is a nightmare. Proton, things are sailing well, things are sailing well, how are you? Proton, how's it going, friend? Happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Let's do a .NET build here. Some things should fail in my test. I have to rebuild my hardwired. Okay, some things are still not working. Lua in scripting. Yeah. This scripting. Lua controller. Build. How have you been, Proton? What have you been up to? Okay, so now the reference project does not exist in Unity. That makes sense. Let's go to our Unity project. I got rid of this. Still one more missing in our test. That makes sense as well. Our test. Doing surgery. We got to surgery this project. Okay. We build. Working with the demo. Very cool. What? And sorry for my ignorance here. What demo? Tell us a little bit more about the demo. Bash build here. Okay, .NET test. All right, did I break it all? Does it still work? Will it build? All right. Okay. Something. This is why I did the commit there. Dungeoncrawler.lua. Namespace dungeoneering.scripting. Dungeoncrawler.lua. This is interesting. Dungeoncrawler.lua. What is this missing here? You're off to become a farmer, Dr. Jin. Have a wonderful stream. Have a beautiful day. We'll see you next time. PK over on YouTube, I just saw you looking for that loophole. Yeah, the bot doesn't work over there. I should probably, I don't know how to fix that. I don't think Firebot is compatible with both locations. Dungeoncrawler.lua.lua API. Why? Includes dungeon crawler. Server farming. I think Dr. Jin is farming in oh, what's the game? I can't remember. It's a pixel art game. I forget what it's called. It's a really popular pixel art game. I can't remember the name of it. This is, why can't this not Farmville? It's like that. Pixel art Farmville Stardew Valley. There you go. Stardew Valley. Dungeon crawler. Captain Coder. It's not importing the correct namespace, but it shouldn't have to because we have a direct reference. Dungeon crawler. Let's look at this. Dungeon crawler. .lua API. This feels like it should be in dungeoncrawler.lua anyway. All right, we need to need a better way to do this. All right. It stinks. That's what's weird is it's not generating the wrong namespace. We have dungeoncrawler.lua. I'm gonna change this namespace though. Nordice. Yeah, I think I need to change that namespace. Here. Dungeoneer, Captain Coder. See, I'm calling it. See, my namespace is terrible here, by the way. There's gonna need to be a refactor on that namespace. Let's try this. I didn't remove the scripting namespace. I moved it into a project over here. So I moved it into the core project. It still has that namespace. I think the namespace it was trying to reference is anyway. Let's see if this will fix it. No, I removed a project that had that namespace, but it's because I want my dungeon type to have event maps in them. They're still event maps, it's just that the events don't know that they're Lua, is what I'm trying to do here. When is the Dungeon Crawler game, and are these tools that you are sharing? Yeah, everything's open source, Nerd Waffle. Everything is open source. They're for me. I'm not expecting anyone else to use them. I think I might have forgot to do, I think I needed to do this first before running this build. Yeah, I don't know that bash build. Popcorn, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here. .NET build. Lua interpreter here. This goes away. So yeah, I guess I did get rid of that namespace. Okay, .NET test. Nordice, thank you for the help there. Points. Add Nordice. 125 points. Thank you so much for that. Okay, our tests are still passing. Whew. Gives us a little bit of confidence. Not all the confidence I need, but a little bit of confidence. There's some name spacing. Since I'm here, I feel like I should fix the name spacing here. From Dungeon Crawler, because I was using a different... All right, so while I'm here, captaincoder.dungeoneering.lua, I'm going to come through, I'm going to fix the name spacing here. Okay. This... One more time, we'll delete this. Dance with Dirt, thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. Proton, we're gonna take a look at that demo. Give me a moment. Could you send it to me with an exclamation point Q at the beginning so I don't forget it? Proxy. Proxy. We're gonna break all the things while I'm here though. Thank you very much. That way I don't lose it. Little initializer. Okay, I gotta go update .NET build, make sure this is still building. Everything's gonna break here because I changed the namespace, so we gotta go fix that. Using guess I could look here. No, I can't. I don't know why. Boom. Number 12, congratulations on your bonus points, Nameless Coder. Welcome back to the stream. Happy Saturday. Connie, Dev, welcome back, my friend. Welcome, welcome to the stream. Connie, Dev, I hope you're having a beautiful day today. All right, one more time now. CD, Dungeon Crawler, Lua, hardwired, .NET build. I'm doing absolutely wonderful, my friend. Thank you for asking. Bash build. Wrong syntax. What did I do wrong? Gotta get rid of that. There we go. This run should really do it. I'm surprised it doesn't. Nordice, good idea. Good idea. All right. .NET test. Woo. Woo. That was a lot. .NET format. What a chore that was. Okay. Git add commit -m chore. This is really a refactor. Eliminate unused or merge dungeon crawler and dungeon crawler .scripting assemblies. Okay. That's what I thought, Nordice. You are correct. For some reason, so there's a weird thing where I think it has to run build once before it has to do this weird thing where it has to run twice. All right, so I know it's weird. This build initializer which modifies Dungeon Crawler Lua, which is there's a circular dependency. There's a circular dependency in here where this requires this file to change. So you have to do a build, and then you have to build it twice before running, because it has to like look at the changes, make some changes, and then use those changes again. So you actually have to do it twice. It's super weird. I haven't quite there. Running the build twice should resolve the problem. There's likely a way to detect when it should be run. so there's a weird circular dependency where it has to run twice. It's not that run isn't doing the build. It's that I have to do the build twice because this project modifies this project, but this project depends on this project. So isn't that stupid? And I don't quite know the best way to deal with that. It's not dank, it's dumb. It's way too dumb is what it is. What I think I need to do, what would probably be the thing to do, is have a third assembly. Have a third assembly somewhere that doesn't, so I can use, but I don't know how to do it. I don't know. My brain, I don't have a big enough brain to solve this problem. It's really the answer. Why is this file changed? That's weird. Oh, or it's an untracked file? I don't understand that. Okay. Let's go make sure everything in Unity feels okay still. We go from the 2 assembly problem to the 3 assembly problem, exactly. That's exactly right. That's how we do it. Whew. I just changed some assembly names, so it should be okay. And +1 is to just keep adding more assemblies all the way down. See, I keep trying to do this thing where I'm like, well, let me keep these ideas, these concepts separately. And I'm like, oh, I need something to put them together again. So the namespace makes sense. The different assemblies isn't necessarily making sense here. Let's run this real quick. Then we're gonna take a look at Proton's demo. Then we're gonna take a break. Then we're gonna come back. We're gonna break some more code. All right, things seem to still be working here. The most important one is context.set player position 7.2. All right, so the Lewis stuff seems to still be working. All right, beautiful. There's a one of these is a door. We can find it. There it is. Found the door, and there's a door down here. You just don't know it. Oh yeah. Look at us going down the hallway. Whee! I wish C# had namespace scope like private, internal, public, but to lock down a type to a namespace. Yeah. So in Java, that's called package private. I like that Java has module-based scoping like that. I agree with that. That was something I actually thought that was what internal was, and then I found out I was wrong. As coming from with the background as a Java developer. All right, Proton, let's take a look here. Folks, if you guys got any questions for me, now's the time to do them. Get them in, ! Q. We're going to do a quick question Q&A here. And then, apparently it's been so long since I opened this file that I got to open it again. It's not in my recents anymore. Let's go find it real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Question. All right. It's been a while since I opened this up, apparently. All right. If you have any questions for me, oh, let's see. Did we have anything else from today? No. ! Q if you got a question for us. Proton's been working on a demo. Let's take a look here. Proton, of course, folks, if you guys don't know, isn't that what assemblies do in .NET? It's not by a namespace, though. So a namespace would be a little bit different than an assembly. Folks, you guys don't know the incredible, the unstoppable, the miraculous Proton Fig, Commodore 64 Golden Guru musician graphician. Let's check out the demo he's working on. Look at this. Complex and Scoopex and offense. Nice, really cool. Let me know if the volume's too hot. Uncle Tom of ScoopX made some of the coolest tunes you know. I'm not familiar with that, I don't think. I might be. Nice stuff. Beautiful work, Proton. Thank you so much for sharing. 125 points. Thank you for sharing this with us. Looking good. Great music. I'd be curious, because I just don't know enough. It seems there's like a little bit of tearing here. If you were able to explain, I don't know, Proton, I don't know if you're still here, but if you're able to explain what's going on with that, that'd be cool. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Very cool stuff. All right, folks, we are approaching, we got 10 minutes till we're at the 90-minute mark. I think I'm going to take a break early. Okay. If you have any questions, get them in !Q. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to continue working on our, now that we have that all combined together, we're going to continue working on our interface to add in scripting to our map editor there. But I'll be back. I'm going to get myself some more bean water. I still got half a cup, but I'm going to top myself off there. I'm going to get myself some more fresh water. We're going to keep coding. Don't go anywhere. Captain Code will return. Hang tight, everybody. See you in a moment. Thank you for the hat. All right, we're back. Captain Enosa, thank you so much for the hat redeem. I appreciate you. I guess everyone else is on break too. But we're back. We're going to get some stretches in, folks. Captain Coders loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love, you got to love that body. One way you can love that body is getting up, taking a stretch every 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 2 hours tops. Got to get up, move around a little bit, take care of yourself. So I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to implore you to stand up with me, move around, get some stretches in. Prank failed. It happens. It happens. Everybody stand on up with me. I want you to get on up. Let's get some stretches in. Start out with a nice little forearm stretch. Take those fingers, pull them back until you get a little. That's right. Fix it. We're going to get them moving. Get a little stretch in that forearm. Help prevent those RSIs. I'm going to take my watch off. It's bothering me a little bit there. On this stretch, get those fingers, pull them back until you get a little bit of tension in this arm. If it hurts, don't do it. Don't stop. But oh yeah, just hold that there for 15, 20 seconds. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. How are you today? Fix It 42. Welcome back to the stream. How you doing on this beautiful Saturday? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Go ahead and roll that wrist up. We're gonna switch sides now. Take those other hands, grab those fingers, pull them back to get a little bit of tension there in that forearm, and then you're just gonna hold it there. We're working on preventing those RSIs of repeated stress injuries because you don't want to get that carpal tunnel. Don't be like Captain Coder and get carpal tunnel. I got carpal tunnel in my right wrist. Is it right wrist or left? One of my wrists. I think it's my right wrist. I have carpal tunnel. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Oh yeah, doesn't it feel good? Let's get a little bit of a shoulder stretch. Take that arm, put it up, touch the back. Oh, take that hat off real quick. I'm gonna put this back on, Captain Nose. I'm gonna put it back. I just can't do the stretch with it. Ryan, welcome back to the stream. Take that hand, place it on the flat of your back, grab that elbow, pull it across. You're looking to get a stretch right here. If you don't feel it, you can try leaning that head back a little bit. Lean to the left. I've been doing absolutely wonderful, Ryan. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here on this beautiful Saturday. How the heck have you been? I hope you've been well. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Go ahead and let that down. Oh, yeah. Get a nice shoulder roll in there. Take that other palm, place it on your back. Grab the elbow, bring it across. Again, if any of these stretches hurt, ooh, this is a good one. If any of these stretches hurt, stop. You don't want to hurt yourself. You want to love yourself. You got to love that body because you're a lovely person. You deserve to love that body. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Go and let it down. Get some shoulder rolls in, or take the shoulders, stand up straight, move them up, back, down, and then bring them back. 2, 3, 4, add the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arms. 2, 3, 4, roll them forward. 2, 3, 4, add the elbows. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, full arms. 2, 3, 4. I knocked something off my desk there. Let me grab that hat. Thank you again for the hat redeem, Captain Enosa. Ryan, you're welcome, my friend. I'm glad you're getting back into it. It saddens me to hear of your loss. I hope the grieving process is going okay, as best as it possibly can for you. Folks, thank you so much for joining me in those stretches. For joining me in them 125 points, all you beautiful people. We're gonna hop back in to our code here. If anyone's just joining us, we are working on code for our Dungeon Crawler Jam 2024. We are in the process. Let me set this up here. I think I want to do a C# Raylib. Let's see if this will work here. I'm in the process of adding in scripting support in my editor, and so this was requiring me to do a little bit of extra work. Okay, so in my editor I want to be able to come in, yeah, like this. I want to be able to come in and specify a variety of different things. Okay, I want to be able to press a button, or at least display information about what scripts are attached here, maybe have some kind of navigation on them. All right, we have that. Whew. To do this, I needed to, in my event map, or in my dungeon needs to have events attached to them. So public dungeon event map, and really it should probably just be called event map. Event map, private set. A dungeon needs to have an event map on it. Okay. I'm actually going to add a movement reminder to my stream right now. Awesome. You're welcome. It's super important to get up and move around. I try and do it every 90 minutes. I used to have like a countdown timer, but it's kind of stopped working and I never fixed it. 90 minutes is sort of where I try and top out. Sometimes I go a little bit longer, but getting up and moving is so good, so healthy for us. So we have this event map now that's attached to our dungeon. And the reason so this required me to do some refactoring because this used to be in a different assembly. That assembly referenced this one, so we couldn't add it. We could have potentially subclassed it a little bit. Dungeon, wall map, walls, sets the walls. Probably need one to do an event map in here as well. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I'm sure I'm going to need it in a moment. Oh, Ryan, it's because... I'm trying to create an environment where a community. I want to create a community where we can learn and code and grow together as a crew. We should all treat each other with as much respect as possible. Sometimes it's a little bit difficult to do that. We can get frustrated. We can get, struggle with these things sometimes. But I do my best because I want everyone here to love each other, share each other, code and grow together. So thank you for being here. I try. Okay. So we have our event map there. So with this, now in my Raylib project, in my screen here, I want to, instead of having a wall map, we need to refactor this to have just a dungeon. Current dungeon, like this, and it starts out with a new empty dungeon. What's interesting here, when we start out, let's do this. So we're replacing this section here, like so. We're doing a refactor, so things are going to be broken here for a minute. Ryan says, by the way, I am autistic, just for your info, so thank you so much. I've worked with a lot of students. A lot of my students have autism. It's important to show and care and love each other regardless of that. And so, we'll do our best. I know it can be difficult. It can be a struggle. There's a lot of different conditions that make it hard for people to share emotions. Myself, I feel like I have been emotionally stunted a lot of my life, and it's something I've been working on. Current dungeon. I don't think I can do walls equals wall map extensions. Really, it's not going to let me set this value. Really, when we do a randomized map, the question is, do I want to create a whole new dungeon? I think I do. Current dungeon equals new dungeon with this wall map here. Oh. Okay. New map would be new dungeon. Current Skydriver, thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get a hat added to this stack. Boom. Thank you so much for the hats. Think you have a cold head? You just need another hat. It's true. Gotta make it nice and toasty. Nice and toast. New dungeon. Thank you for the hat redeem. I appreciate you, my friend. All right. Down here, there's an interesting thing. We're gonna make this just take our walls for now and 2 Jace on them. We need this to actually save the whole dungeon. And there's going to be a thing where we actually need to add multiple maps. So it's going to end up needing to serialize all the way down. Good XP, welcome back to the stream. Great to have you here on this beautiful day. 350 points, admirable. Not bad. So we're going to write all the text here just for now. Do current dungeon.walls.toJSON. Okay, this will mimic the exact behavior that we currently have. When we load a map, we're going to do a current dungeon equals a new dungeon with the wall map passed, and we're losing event map information, so we need to actually serialize the dungeon. So we're going to have to write a dungeon serializer. Luckily, we have a serializer for event map, and so the serializer should be pretty straightforward. It's just going to be a dungeon map becomes a data type that just combines those two things. All right, so then we'll do dungeon, current dungeon, dot event map, dot walls. Maybe I should call that wall map, I'm not sure. Current dungeon dot walls, current dungeon dot walls. So you see sort of the refactor I'm doing here as we're moving up in this way. Okay, let's try a build here. Let's make sure everything still builds. We'll do a test, make sure none of... I'd be surprised if any of my tests failed. That said, this Raylib project probably could use some unit testing. We're not unit testing it right now. It's just because I don't know how to write unit tests for my UI. All right, let's run it just to visually check it out now. Okay. So things still feel pretty good here. Let's see if I can randomize a map. I can. Can I load a map? It's interesting, the folder there. Spiral JSON. The folder is like inside of somewhere else. That's gonna be an interesting. Where's this folder? Is it inside of here? Yeah, so it's running in here. That's interesting. That's probably why I was running it that way. I need to make a run config that'll run it in my root directory here. And then saves it out, have like editor data or something like that. Ryan, I'm a big fan of math. There's a whole story about how much I love math. But yes, I'm a big fan of math. I did a lot of mathematical studies in grad school. I'm a big fan of set theory, game theory, number theory, category theory. Those are all classes I've taken and I've loved those things. So the answer I would say is yes, I love math. Just be careful not to tell someone at the bus. No, yeah, don't tell people at the bus stop you love math, because I did that once, and it was misheard. Someone definitely thought I said something else. Okay, so now we have those. What I want to do next is, now with my events, in your adventures, do you include Unity there as well? Yeah, check it out. Well, this is actually, we're building a Unity project right now. I'm building a dungeon crawling engine. Super Dan, that's what they heard at the bus stop too. We might have to I need a button to tell that story. .NET build. So my project actually builds into a Unity project here. So we'll let this load real quick. But yeah, so Zuperden, I don't know if you've heard the story about how someone asked me if I liked math at a bus stop, or I thought someone said, hey, do you like, well, first off, they said, do you have a cigarette? Could I bum a cigarette? And I said, no, I don't smoke. And then they asked, do you have a lighter? And I said, no, I don't have a lighter. And then they asked me, do you like math? And I said, yes, I love math. And then they said, would you like to buy some? And they pulled out a bag of what was not math. And I said, I am very sorry, there's been a misunderstanding here. And the guy said, and I said, I thought you said math. M-A-T-H, and the guy got this, like, turned pale. He got this look on his face. Luckily, he was more scared of me than I was of him, because he said, oh, this is embarrassing, and he just, like, took off running in the other direction. Yeah, it was like, oh, man, that was a rough one. I think math is one of those things where it's all about building up here and there. SkyDriver, here's what I have so far in my Unity. So what I'm trying to build is sort of like an quote unquote engine for creating dungeon crawlers. And so my engine does this. It has Lua scripting support built in. So, and I keep repeating this. I'm sure people are tired of me saying this, but we can do stuff like context.set player position 7 This will teleport the player somewhere. We also have, we can do things like context.set wall. I can get rid of this wall here. So I'm writing it in a way that I can use a scripting language to control events and explore the world here. It's true. I could have calculated a good deal. Yeah, I was horrified when that happened. I thought I might have died. Ryan says, I'm learning C++ because it's my favorite language. I'm not planning on doing game dev, just making a lot of CLI programming. Very cool. I haven't done a lot with C++, but I'm a big fan of languages like C, or I like C quite a bit. And so I have a feeling I would actually really enjoy C++ for that reason. I've just never had, what's the right word? Desire's not quite the right word. I've never had a forced opportunity to use C++ outside of robotics. And in robotics, it was mostly for doing Vex robotics. Whenever I do embedded stuff, I use C, not C++, but I suspect I would enjoy C++. So here we are at our cursor. I want to be able to have a list of my events. So now I have my event type here. Something I'm going to need to do is be able to serialize my whole dungeon. And so we're not going to add that just yet. We're going to create a new issue here before I forget. Dungeon needs to be serializable. All right, we're going to go ahead and create that issue here so I don't forget to do it. Well, there's no reason. Look, I got into programming because I thought video games were cool. I started programming because I thought video games were cool, and then I made some maze stuff, and you know, anything that gets you into programming, I think is a good thing. I don't think that at all. I think that's awesome. Anything that gets someone excited or interested in programming, I think is a good thing. So I want to add in something that's interesting. You'll notice this plus padding is happening multiple times. I kind of want to add in like a right line thing here. Yeah. Oh, did you? But that's how I. Okay, gotcha. If I ever misunderstand something, just don't hesitate to rephrase it. Cause scripts, events, scripts here, and then we're gonna put the scripts underneath it. So left, top plus, and we have font size plus padding. So this is ×2. You'll notice there's like this interesting thing that I'm doing here as I move down, that we're gonna keep, this number's gonna keep growing. This number's gonna keep growing, this ×2, ×3, because it's moving down. Sea Monkey? No, it's not Sea Monkey, it's Krasenstein. Krasenstein happens to be in the city I live in, or in a nearby city. It's actually not the same city, in a nearby city, so I'm gonna go meet him later today. You guys aren't familiar with Krasenstein. Incredible streamer, game developer, making this awesome card game. Successfully kickstarted. World of Grimm, fantastic game. The Lumen, welcome back to the stream, by the way. Great to have you here. If you guys like deck building games, oh, it's not a deck building game, a game where you build a deck and you play against other people. Really cool looking game. Command line tool for awesomeness. Look, I'm glad to hear that. Awesomeness is good. Scripts. And so now I want to go through, I'm going to get all these scripts at this location. So we'll have dungeon dot current dungeon. He doesn't stream all that much lately, or maybe he does and I just don't see him online. But great friend, event map dot events at, yeah, so we get the events at, and then the cursor, the cursor's position here. It's going to be a list of tile events. Smab, there's this interesting thing that I learned recently. And I'm curious, not just Smab, but if anyone else is interested in this, I learned that iLists let's assume this has some value on it. iList does not have a... Wait, it does? I'm so confused. Never mind. Never mind. Was I trying to do length? I must have been trying to do length. What was I doing that I couldn't get it the size of this thing? I might have to go back and rework that. Never mind. There was something weird. I bet there's something. I'm just not remembering it. There's something about iList. iList didn't have some property in it. What is going on? Oh, you know what? You know what it is? In Net Standard 2.1. It's in Net Standard 2.1. It didn't have index of. That's what it was. So in Net Standard 2.1, there's no index of on it. It's because I'm using Net Standard 2.1. Never mind. That's why I had to use a real list here. Because I wanted to be able to put... Never mind. Yeah. It was in Net Standard 2.1. That's what it was. I was like, wait a minute. What's going on here? I'm so confused. But in Net Standard 2.1, it's just missing that in the interface. Great question. It's a tool called Zoomit. Fantastic tool for Windows, part of sysinternals. XTC, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day. But we're gonna get our events here, and we're gonna put a little information for each one. So we're gonna say for each tile event in EVT. Event is a reserved word. In current dungeon.event map, event map.events at pause here. And we're just going to have a little thing here. You're going to notice I need to keep track of my index int top is equal to this times 3 now. And we're going to have to increment it int event EVT top. We're going to have to increment it each time we write an event. We're going to increment it down. Oh, it's such a great presentation. So you can draw lines. It lets you do text as well. You can change colors of that text. You can create a blank screen to draw on. It's such a good tool. Thindle turned me on to it. Smab actually is the first person that introduced me to it, but then I saw Thindle use it and was like, I need it. Smab was trying to get me to use it. Smab's always looking out for my best interest. So what we're gonna do is I want to do, this is interesting because I really want this attached. EVT.trigger here. So we're gonna do a raylib.draw text. We'll do an indent here. And something, we need to put something here, not the actual script, but we need to know the type of trigger. This is why I thought I might need a name. Might need to give it a name again. This is gonna be at our EVT top. Font size, color, .white. Raylib.draw text. Oh, I forgot the left. And then we need to move our EVT top by our font size plus padding. So we move it down so we know where it is. This is why I think I need to have a little function for like a write line in here, draw line. Let's do that real quick. We'll make a local function, void draw text is going to take in a string text. And it's going to just like do a new line on it as well. It's going to do this. And our top, it'll adjust our top for us. And it's going to do top. Oh, what did I do? Top plus stop, top plus equals font size plus padding. This, and I can replace all of these things with just draw text like this. Draw text, doesn't like it. Use of unassigned variable wall type. What? Hang on. What's going on? It's zoom it. Oh, thank you. Should be text. There we go. Thank you, Nordice. You're so good. You're so good at this game. Points. Add Nordice. 50 points. Thank you for helping me there. All right, so this will simplify all of my draw texts here. Standardize it a little bit. I don't need this anymore. This can just become draw text. Let's see if we broke it all. All right. Build. I need to add a thing here. There we go. All right, so my script, I need a way to add a script, so we'll add a little button in there to add a script in a moment, just so that we can see what that looks like. The script itself is interesting. I want it to reference to a file, and then that file will get loaded. So it's interesting because in my dungeon editor screen, the way I'm doing scripting is a little bit different, or we need to have some way to reference a script file, or maybe we include that script file. I was thinking I just compiled it all into the JSON itself. Let's do a thing here. Oh, no worries. What did I do? Okay. If raylib dot is key pressed keyboard dot minus was going to be the key to add a script or something to pull up the script menu. Maybe plus makes the most sense. This is where like my interface is horrible. But just for now to test this out, and then what we're going to do here is add script, add new script at, we need something here. We need like a script editor menu, but just to test this out, yeah, I need a script editor menu that lets me, needs to change to a screen that looks at the scripts that are in this section, or at least changes mode so I can access individual scripts here. So for now, this can be current dungeon dot event map dot add event. We're just gonna add a new event, tile event. It takes in a tile event, right? Takes in a position in the tile event. Okay, it's gonna be cursor dot position, new tile event. Trigger. What does this take? Event trigger dot on enter. And then the actual script, is this what tile event expects? Well, then event script, a new event script. Okay. New event script. Some script like that. Okay. Typhoid Meredith, welcome back to the stream. You have work soon. All right. Well, good luck with your work. I worked at a Dairy Queen for 4 or 5, 3, maybe it's 3 or 4 years. I worked at a Dairy Queen. I really enjoyed working at Dairy Queen. A lot of people aren't a fan of that type of stuff, but I still have dreams about working there. I enjoyed it very much. Typhoid, how have you been? I'm making it happen. It's, look, twice as making it now that you're here. Let's try to run this. All right, so let's press minus. Okay, so we can add scripts to this position. All right, not bad. And so this renders that position there on enter if we had different ones. I need a way to go in and actually like specify the file that I want there. So I think that's how I'm going to do it. Rather than adding like a text editor into this, maybe I could do that. That feels like a lot of work. I think I'd rather use an external tool to do it. It's going to be a Lewis script, Nordice. Good question. Risky Biscuit, welcome back. Says, just dropping in to say hi. Recording a trailer for my game and it's been slowly driving me insane. Oof. Unfortunately, can't listen in as I have the record sounds and wonderful, cheerful. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. Anyway, I appreciate the lurk anytime. Ryan, keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day, my friend. Thanks for hanging out with us. So these are going to be Lewis scripts. So it's going to be part of our game over here. And in a specific tile, when you enter them, it's going to run a Lewis script. What I want to do is I want to attach it to a file so I can specify the file to execute at that position. There's some stuff I could do to optimize it a little bit, but I'm not going to be too harsh about it right now. Right now, though, if this will load, wait for Unity to build here. But yeah, the scripts are going to be, and I've said it a couple times now, they'll be Lewis scripts. And I have scripting support in the game, but they'll be things like the following. The script, when I move, so for example, when I move into, there's a door here. When I move into this position, the script might do something like context.write info. The smell of beer surrounds you. And then it will show the smell of beer surrounds you when you move into this space here. So that will be like the type of thing I might want to do. So when you move into that space, it'll show that message. We might even have it be like when you move into that space, if you've never been here before, show that message and then turn on some flag, some Boolean gets set true in your user settings. So that's the type of thing that we're gonna do in there. Just making it so that we can add stuff like that in our editor. Just wanted to make sure it'd be displayed properly. What's interesting is my event script takes in a string script like this. And I kind of want it to take in a file, but I still need, at the end of the day, I need the event script to be a raw string, because running it inside of, it needs to save, be all compiled into one. So I'm thinking, but I want it to be a little bit modular so I can like put the scripts in a variety of different places, or have reusable scripts so it's just linked to a file. I need to think about how to do this. In my editor, when I hit minus here, I kind of want a script editing scene to open as well. So I have this tile event. We have the trigger and then the script that runs. Lance, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get another hat added to this stack, my friend. Thank you so much. Oh yeah. Keeping my head nice and toasty. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. So we have the trigger. We have the actual event script. I think there's an issue. If I try to subclass this, but wouldn't you want to be able to create the scripts along your editor so that it's decoupled and that it gets bundled, compiled along with the map? Yeah, so that's exactly right, Nordice. I want, when I save this to a JSON, I want my scripts to be stored there with the script itself, not some file. But I don't want to have to write, but wouldn't you want to be able to create the script along your editor so that it's decoupled and that it gets bundled, compiled along with map? That's correct. So I'm considering how to do that. My event script, I almost need a reference to a script type. So inside of my game, I need like a script. Yeah, this is interesting. inside of my game editor, I need a folder. So this is what I'm envisioning is in my editor data here. Just walked in. I'm envisioning having a scripts folder here with a bunch of Lua scripts. So it'd be like, tavern entrance .lua. And inside of this, I'd have context dot write info. It smells like beer, like ale. I'd expect something like this. And so then I can add scripts there. And then I can select the script I want in my editor. So I'm thinking the way I've defined my event script isn't quite right. Instead of having a string to a script, I think I need a script name, and then and then inside of my dungeon itself or something, there's a reference that actually links them together a little bit. So I need to think about that structure a little bit more to understand how I'm going to use it. When we compile it, it would be nice to have the script just like this. Where it's actually the script value there. And I almost need... I'm glad you liked Lua. Lua is one of my favorite languages. I can't believe how much I like it. I almost need something that looks like this. Record, event, like editor, script, reference. I almost need this to a file path. I feel like this is almost what I need. Editor, script, reference. And this will reference to a file name, path / file name. When I compile it, when I save this, when it exports as a dungeon, it needs to turn it into this here. So it actually goes through, builds them all, puts them together, something like that. Yeah, so this is an interesting puzzle. Okay, so here, let's talk a little bit how my user experience, how I want my user experience to be. So I have dungeon crawler. Okay, the dungeon inside of this, I need to have a set of dungeons. Okay, so there's like a manifest. This has all of my dungeons inside of it. My dungeon crawler, I think, needs to have a scripts array as well. And so there's a manifest of scripts inside of my dungeon, right? And so an individual dungeon will actually have a reference up to those scripts itself. So when I go to run something inside of it, this has my walls. Inside of there's going to be extra stuff in here like textures, monsters, etc. But specifically my events, the type of script, a script here, an event has a trigger, and it actually, instead of having the script with the actual text inside, it has a script reference that we'll use to look up the script in the dungeon crawler. That way we can reuse these scripts. I think that is sort of the design I need to implement here. So rather than having the actual script there's a script reference, and the context inside of the dungeon crawler knows how to look up that script rather than it being bound directly into the event itself. There's these reusable scripts. So then in my editor, I'll have a button where I can set, go into my script editor. I can add a script into my dungeon crawler's script manifest. Then when I do a trigger, I can actually, when I do my triggers, it'll pull up my list of scripts. I'll be like on event here, and then I can click a button that lets me select it from scripts that are inside of my project here. I think this is what I need. So it's a little bit more complex than I thought here. Welcome, Irad Dev, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here. I'm gonna have to take a step away here for a moment. My dog is whining. Let me take a screenshot of this. Which button is the screenshot button? Control Shift S, there we go. All right, so this is sort of what we want. Minor design. All right, we'll open that up here. Give me a second to grab that. Have that on the screen, and then I got to take a quick break. We won't reset the hat stack on this one. Give me a second here. My dog's whining. I gotta go help the dog out, but this is going to be our minor design. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Captain Coda Return. Irad, great to have you here, folks. While I'm gone, Irad Dev, you're in charge. Be sure to give Irad Dev a follow, folks. See that button? Give him a follow. Irad, I'm trusting you. Cat, dog. Yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Tuber Tugger, great to see you as well. All right, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. I'm back. Hack my head. Thank you so much for the follow. Have you hacked my head? Hack my head is following me today, you know. Hack my head, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Saturday. Welcome to the stream. Great to have you here. The dog just needed whining. Just needed out. All right, how long is the jam? A week? Yeah, so it's a little bit more than a week. And Cog, welcome back to the stream. So it is 2 weekends. 2 weekends. So March 22nd to March 31st. If we pull up a calendar. Is that a thing I can do? Yeah, so if we look at the calendar, it starts next Friday and goes to a Sunday. So I really like that I get 2 weekends here. So this, and really ends at like, for me, 10 a.m. on 31. Typhoid, you love the songs. I'm glad to hear it. Some people I think hate them. Some people, I gotta fix this calendar here. It's not quite what I want. This is I'm no longer doing data structure and algorithm Tuesdays and mechanically challenged Thursday. That's just not a thing anymore. But yeah, so it's like 10 days, 2 weekends. All right, so I need to do this. There's some restructuring I need to do here. Cog, thank you so much. Thank you for following me today. We got Cog. You know I love you. Thank you for the follow, Cog. Welcome back to the stream. Did you? I can't remember if you unfollowed or refollowed there, but Cog, glad to have you here. Did we finish Catman? Kind of. It's a playable game. Let's get distracted here. No, I just didn't follow. No worries, Cog. It's great. Look, no one's required to follow. We did do Catman. We did kind of finish Catman. It's still open. People want to make more contributions. Catman.raylib. It's a playable game. It has a menu. It has an end, so we can. It's a playable game. So this was Catman. This is what we made last month on stream. So we have this Pac-Man inspired game. Catman can shoot hats. So when we collect these dots, they actually give us a projectile we can use to defeat the enemies. There we go. We can't shoot it again until we pick it up, but these guys will still kill you if they touch you. I'm in a bad spot here. But yeah, it's a playable game. See, I still got. In the high score. Look, it's still available to edit. We might make some more stuff on it later, but it is really fun to do. It's a nice dungeon, it's true. All right, we gotta focus. We're never gonna finish this. So I'm realizing my structure should look like this. I'm understanding more what a dungeon crawler is. A dungeon crawler has a dungeon manifest, has a script manifest, has different manifests that go inside of it. This is the thing that needs to sort of get saved. We can build different dungeons. We add dungeons to it, that sort of stuff. So it's a little bit bigger, but it needs to have a reference to all of our scripts. And our script actually has what's a manifest in this context? It's just going to be an array or a list of all of these things. And really, it's probably going to be a dictionary. It has a name. So each of these things will have a name so we can reference it. So it's going to be a name from a script to the file itself. So scripts here is just so manifest is just things. Yeah. So we just need to reference all of the dungeons, all of the scripts, all of the textures, all of the monsters, all of the items. So our manifest has those things, then we can like talk about them inside of our game and communicate about what it is, but also have flexibility to add and remove things as we need. And then our event actually needs to reference a script itself. And so there's some interesting things here. So it's a little bit, a manifest is similar to a, I don't know what that is, but where's a hat stack? Gotcha. A manifest versus a woman-ifest. Gotcha. A humanifest. Let's see here. I'm a little confused. But that's okay. Dungeon manifest. Dungeon crawler. Implement a dungeon crawler data type. All right. A dungeon crawler is the root node of the game. It includes all of the dungeons, scripts, etc. So we need to have the start of this thing in existence to be able to do what I want to do. So we're missing a step here. There's a key component I'm missing. I can't actually add what I want here, because I'm missing this component of like, and as I was editing, I was like, you know what? I can't reference the script that I want here. We're jamming in insanity, Tuber Tugger. So there's Raylib, there's Unity. Raylib is where I'm building my editor. So this is going to be my dungeon editor here. And so my dungeon editor it's going to generate a file that we hand off to Unity, a Unity project here. And then Unity is what is actually rendering everything, but I'm not writing any code in Unity. Everything's being written outside of Unity, and then Unity just becomes our render. And so there's some scripts here. As usual, I'm doing something insane that no one has ever done and should ever do, is sort of what's happening here. Yeah. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's sort of what's going on here. When did you start? Not just this morning, 2 hours? No, I've been working on this for about a week. I've been working on it for a little bit of a week. The dungeon editor, I started on a plane ride 2 weeks ago. So like Wednesday, I made the dungeon editor. I started the dungeon editor on a plane ride outside of Unity. Yeah, so I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, that's sort of where we're at with it. So scripts here. Okay, so I need this idea of a manifest before I can do much more. So tavern entrance.lua, dungeon, dungeon editor, screen. Yeah, so our dungeon editor, this is editing a single dungeon, but it needs a reference. They need a reference to our manifest, and then we'll be able to swap between different dungeons. Oof, there's a lot of stuff going on here. Let's do a commit on what I have so far. So we did a minor refactor here. Let's make sure our test still passed. I don't think I modified anything that would make the test fail, but let's check. .NET format, okay. So we're implementing interface one for editing and creating dungeon event map. It's not quite, we need a manifest first before we can actually do this, because we need to be able to have our scripts be accessible and the information for them be available. So git add, git commit. This is going to be a feature dungeon should have event map. All right, so we add an event map to our dungeon. We need to add in a manifest now. So, or a dungeon crawler at the highest level. At the highest level, not my solution explorer. The highest level. Yeah, I haven't done anything with that. I'm not sure I'll ever do anything with Windows Forms, just because at my school we have cross-platform, but maybe with Avalonia, because of the cross-platform nature of it, we might do it. Is that what WPF is? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what WPF is. So we need this high-level idea of what a dungeon crawler is. Right, so let's create a new file here. Dungeon crawler. And the dungeon crawler at the end of the day can be multi-platform. Okay, maybe I just misunderstood that. CaptainCoder.dungeoneering. Dungeon crawler. Okay, so we have a public class dungeon crawler, and it has several things inside of it, and we want to be able to set and remove those things. But let's think about the properties of it. A dungeon crawler has a dictionary from names to dungeons, dungeon manifest. Okay, and this is going to throw a new not implemented exception. So we need a manifest. I need a thing that goes to scripts as well. Science, Balintz, welcome to the stream, folks. If you guys don't know the incredible science, if you like science, if you like ants, if you like incredibly fun streams, fun, good times, an awesome community, go check out Science streams, folks. Incredible human being, absolutely love him. Don't you use prop plus tab for making props? This should be, sorry, I could do a get here like that. Prop plus tab. I'm in Visual Studio Code, not Visual Studio. Let's see, can I do that? I don't think I have that in here. String. I need like this idea to a event script here as well. Prop. Look, I learned something new. I didn't know that was a thing I could do. Nordice. I didn't know that was a thing that I could do. Oh, fancy, Nordice. I'm gonna forget this immediately, but I'm gonna see if I can remember to use it. Nordice, 50 points to you, my friend. I like that. Read only dictionary. Again, this is from a string to event script, like this. And what's interesting here, something really interesting is farming points here, not bad. What's prop F work? Let's try prop F. It does! I didn't know these things. To TIL, today I learned tuber tugger. Points, add tuber tugger. 1 second, I gotta type the words correctly. 50 points to you, my friend, for the prop F. I didn't know these things existed. So we have, this is going to be our script manifest. Not implemented exception like this. This is sort of what we have so far. This is what we have so far. And there's something really interesting. I want to be able to do some, this could just be an dungeon crawler interface as well. This thing needs to be serializable. What are the things I need to be able to do with it? I can get out all of my script manifest, script information. In my editor, using this, I can do some stuff. Let's look at what are the things I want to be able to do with this. And at the end of the day, it really is just a data type. I do want to be able to get a dungeon by its name. I want to be able to get a script manifest by a script by its name. I can do that with these dictionaries, but I'm going to add to my interface here. I need it to be JSONable. Yeah, I need it to be able to write this thing to a file. So let's go look at my tests real quick. What are the things I need to be able to do? Let's create a new folder here, Dungeon Crawler. I don't know if I actually need a whole folder for this. You'll note it, a dungeon map has, okay, so that's pretty good. Maybe I renamed this actually to Dungeon Crawler. Dungeon Crawler. All right, so let's create a new test. Dungeon, before I do that, let's do .NET test. Did I break anything here? I did a refactor on that name. Let's make a commit here that says just renamed that folder here. Tests, get, if I add everything, it's not quite what I want. I don't want this yet. Dungeon Crawler, this I don't want to add. We just did a refactor here. Git commit -m refactor change directory name. Here like that. It is very, very specific, Peace on Mars. It's a really cool game jam. It's very, very specific on what you need to do. And I love that I grew up playing this style of game. I absolutely love them from the fantasy aspect. It's one of the things that made me fall in love with fantasy. All right, so we have that. Let's, in our test folder now, we need to have a new dungeon crawler should. What are the things our dungeon crawler needs to be able to do? We need to be able to JSON it. We need to be able to serialize it. We need to be able to deserialize it. We need to be able to add and remove scripts from it. We need to be able to reference things from it. So let's write a test here to understand how we're going to interact with this thing. What are the things I want to be able to do? Dungeon crawler should. Okay. Let's start with a simple fact here. Public void should be serializable. Okay, so we should be able, JSON. I'm gonna change this. Should be JSONable. So we should be able to save it and load it. Save it and load it. Did you ever play the Bard's Tale 4? It was more recent Dungeon that made really cool. I think so. I played it on Xbox, and I also think I played it on Windows. If it's the one you're referring to, I think so. It's like a 3D environment. It's sort of like an homage to the original. I think there was like a tablet game as well, but the one I played was on console. So given a dungeon crawler, and really we need to have a couple of these, right? So what I'm probably going to do is make this. We have this taken a dungeon crawler under test like this, and we'll have a couple of these that we load in. C9 face, we need more cowbell. Oh man, that would be a good one. Cowbell, and have walking up. It needs more cowbell. Needs more cowbell. And then good old Saturday Night Live reference there. Good stuff. We need more hats. Needs more hat bells. We'll create a member data here. BJSonable data. And this should be name of. We'll create one of these. I can never quite remember how to do it, so I'm just going to steal it from here. Okay. And that's not what I wanted. What I want was this. Okay, so this is the test data that we're going to use. Should be beast JSONable. This thing's going to return some dungeon crawlers. All right, so some full things that can be serialized and deserialized. We'll need to we'll have to create some sample ones. So we'll do a public static dungeon crawler empty. So dungeon crawler has nothing in it. Have this be a get like that. Let's make it an empty dungeon crawler. Return null for now. So we'll do it with an empty one, and then we'll do it with a public static dungeon crawler simple. Create one that's simple that has a few things inside of it. We'll also return null for now. Okay, simple. Gonna throw. We could actually have it throw not. All right, throw new not. New not implemented exception. So just thinking about how I'm going to write this test, how I'm going to do things. But really what we want to do is we want to say JSON extensions dot to JSON. Oh, can I not give it a type here? I need to add a type here to JSON. Oh, I need to add in a JSONable type to this. Okay. So I want to be able to do under test.to, and we're going to write this in pseudocode to JSON, string JSON equals, and then we need to be able to deserialize JSON extensions.load model dungeon crawler JSON, and then we need to check that these two things are the same. CS chimp. Is dungeon crawler the player or the dungeon? Dungeon crawler.cs is all of the information necessary for an entire game. So it's all of the data for a game itself. So it's not the player, it contains all of the dungeons, all of the scripts. It's going to contain all of the monsters if we get there. But right now we have dungeons and scripts. So that's what it contains right now. Welcome back, DJ Beats. Great to have you here. Oh, white powder energy. Oh my goodness. I think maybe we need, I don't know if you realize how close that is to another saying. we got to be, maybe I might need to ask you to not say white powder on the stream. I know you're referring to math, the power of math, but I think I want to be a little bit careful here. So if we load the model, this should give us back a dungeon crawler, and then we want to just check the equality of the crawler itself. And so there's some challenges there. Check equality, crawler dot should be, this is our actual, should be under test. So they should match. They should be the exact same things here. But the should be is not going to work. So there's like an equality check that I need to write that is insane a little bit. Yeah, so 2 dungeon crawlers are equal if all of the internal dungeons are equal, if all of the event scripts are equal. So I don't know if it makes sense to write this as a dot equals, like an equality check on 2 dungeon crawlers feels insane. But there's some type of thing I need to do here. Let's go to our JSON extensions. And what I need to do is I need a public static string to JSON. This dungeon crawler is what I need. For now, it's going to throw a new not implemented exception. That's interesting. Dungeon crawler is a namespace. Is it a namespace? This is interesting. It is a namespace. All right, dungeoneering. Maybe we don't. That's interesting. I've made this interesting mistake here. Dungeon crawler dot dungeon crawler. Where I've made it a namespace. When it says yeah, so it's telling me that I can't do this. Dungeon crawler manifest. Great idea. Great idea, Nordice. You're good at this. You're good at good dungeon crawler manifest. I like that. I like that. And let's do some undos here. Manifest. Okay. Dungeon crawler manifest. All right, dungeon crawler manifest. I don't know what that was. Dungeon crawler manifest. Okay. Sure, there's more issues. I don't think there's 923 though. Hopefully not. Okay. Dungeon crawler manifest. All right, so now I should be able to do that. Okay. I'm not good at this game. .NET build. Whew. Dungeon crawler manifest should. I should be able to serialize and deserialize this thing. The equality check is super challenging here. Super challenging here. Maybe not super challenging. Does it make any sense to have a equals method here? I don't know if that's true. Because what does equality mean? Equatable dungeon crawler manifest. Does it make sense to implement one of these? Maybe. If we do this, then I don't have to implement it. Then the should be will work, because it'll check that these two things are the same, I believe. And basically they're the same and then we have to sort of like do this equatable on dungeon and do an equatable on event script. Event script is easy, but these two dictionaries have to contain all the same things. It's really interesting. This is a little bit of a challenge here. I don't know if it's worth the time to do this, or if we have a special method that tells us that we have like a cheaper way to do it. I think I'm going to leave this equatable for now, because I'm going to be using this. Okay, I think that's okay. But if we JSON it and then load it back, we should get the whole thing. So we need to construct this thing. How do we construct a dungeon manifest? We want to be able to, what else should we be able to do? Public void. Dungeon manifest should add dungeons. Okay. So what does this look like? Back. We want to be able to add dungeons to it and then check that the dungeons get added. Okay. Again, we want to have some data here. Member data, name of add dungeons data. We'll create one of those. Add dungeons data. This thing, we need to have some dungeons in here. So I have some of those over in my dungeon should. And maybe I should just reference this script for simple square dungeon and 2x2 dungeon. Okay. And what we need to do is we need to have a string name and a dungeon to add. Right, so we're going to give the dungeon a name and add it. Question is, should our dungeon type have a name associated with it? I'm not sure if that is true. It feels like a potentially reasonable thing to do, is give our dungeon a name. I don't need it yet. I'm in the sake of keeping things as simple as possible. I'm not going to over-engineer it yet. I don't need it yet. I might need it. It might not be hard to add. So I'm going to start here saying, okay, this is going to take in two things here. Oh, this one, these should each be inside of an array as well to make this work. Is that right? Hang on, let me go look at my member data here. Array. Oh, is it already inside of the second one? Array. No, these should be... What is it complaining about? Oh, was it just missing the comma? There we go. All right. So our arguments here become name. Okay. We're going to add in simple. And then this will be, or we'll add in a dungeon called empty. Empty. This should be dungeon should dot simple square dungeon. Simple. And then we'll do another one that we're going to add in a 2x2. 2x2. And what this does, we should be able to add these to the dungeon. So I want to be able to add to dungeon. So I'm going to create a new dungeon crawler manifest. Dungeon crawler manifest equals. Really, this should be called under test. Under test dot, and then I want to be able to do add dungeon name to add here, and then we want to assert that this dungeon was added. So what does it mean to add this dungeon? If I do under test dot dungeon manifest dot should count dot should be 1. We should have one thing inside of it, and under test dot dungeon manifest dot really I want to say name dot should be to add. We added that dungeon in. Okay, so I need to implement this add dungeon. I'm gonna go ahead and add that into our manifest here. It's not equal yet, but this is the code I want to do to be able to add dungeons to my manifest. Okay, so we would be able to add a dungeon. We might even make it an indexable, but it doesn't. I don't think that makes sense because we have different chunks in the manifest. So add dungeon. I want to be able to add a script, public void add script, string name. And then this is our event script, like this. Similar thing. Event scripts might actually be add dungeon data, add script data. That neat coder is here, and I want to say welcome to the stream. That neat coder, you're a pretty neat guy. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here. This looks pretty similar to this one. Okay, under test, the script to add. How you been? Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Add script. Okay. And this becomes our script manifest, and our script manifest of that name. So there's some questions that we need to ask, like what happens if we try and add something with the same name here, right? So does it override it? Does it give us an error? I think it should throw an exception saying, hey, you already have a script with that name. Can't add the same script twice. I'm gonna add this method here. So we have add dungeon, add script. I want to prevent the same thing from being added twice. We need a new script here though. This should be a new event script. Simple. So there's very little to test here. Event script 2x2, or to construct these, it's not that bad. I'm good, just here to learn some C#. Try not to interrupt too much. Look, this stream is all about learning and coding and growing together. If you have any questions, backseat coding is absolutely welcome. If you don't want to interrupt, but want to get your question in, exclamation point Q followed by a question will work as well. And then we'll get to it later on. But yeah, don't hesitate to ask any questions. If you're new here, you may not realize it, but I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming. Okay, so these are some things I want to be able to do. I think I want to be able to remove scripts as well, or update script. Update script feels like a good one to be able to do. Goob, congratulations on number 16. It's great to have you here. How the heck have you been? It's so nice to see your name in chat. It's always wonderful to see all you beautiful people here. Right, so these are the things I want to be able to do. Get that manifest back. Let's do one where we add in multiple. This is adding a single script. We kind of want to be able to add in a multiple scripts as well. So it might make sense. Let me think about this. Add multiple scripts. Let's write one. Just make this one add scripts. I think this is good for now. I think this is a good start. I think I need to make it so you can't add a dungeon with the same name twice. So it's going to require us to like update dungeon, explicitly because that's too dangerous in my mind to accidentally be able to set it there. So I want to add in a cannot add dungeon with same name twice. All right, so public void. It's going to look a lot like what we had add dungeons data. Public void should not allow adding dungeon with same name. Okay, so we should not be able to do that. I'm going to do it with the same data here. What we'll do is we'll just try adding it twice, and it should throw an exception. Okay, so it's sort of an extension of this one, except we're going to do the under test here. We just add it twice. We add the same dungeon twice. It should throw an exception. I can never quite remember how to do that. XUnit test exception. So I always have to go look it up just to see. Assert throws. Okay. Do I have to do that first? Act and assert. Exception type, and then I have a function. Okay. So we're gonna do, I'm not sure if shouldly will do that for us either. Dot should throw, no. Let's check it out. Shouldly exception. Let's see what this says. Throws, how do I do it? Throw. All right, shouldly site, not helpful. There we go. Okay. Should throw action. So in here we have should throw action. Okay. So what we're gonna say is should dot throw illegal, what is it? Operation exception, invalid operation exception, like this. And then what we want to do is just add this. If we try and call this with something that already has the name, there we go. I think this will work like that. Patrick, congratulations on your 505 points. Welcome back to the stream, by the way. It's great to see you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Similar, we shouldn't be allowed to add the same script twice. So we're going to do something similar here. All right, and keeping it simple, I'm going to need to remove them, but we're going to do just adding first. We'll do removing after we get this. We're going to not allow adding script with same name. Okay. So under test, add dungeon name. This should be add script. And this is going to be add script data. And this is going to be our event script down here. There we go. Welcome to lurk mode. Always appreciate a good lurk. All right, so these should all fail. There should be no surprises that these fail because it's just throwing exceptions all over the place. But this is how I want to be able to interact with this. So we have 9 tests to try and get passing here. Let's start. We need to be able to construct and build a dungeon crawler manifest. We need to be able to construct and build. The first thing I want to do is make sure we can add scripts. We'll start by letting we can add scripts because I know those are equatable. Then dungeons are not yet equatable, I think. So we'll have to do an equatable dungeon as well. I run all my tests. We're going to get an error here on our dungeon crawler manifest. All of these should fail because we just did it. The first one I'm going to try to get working is add dungeon here. Add dungeon, add dungeons. Okay. Oh, no. Add scripts. These are the first ones I want to get working. All right, so let's do a commit real quick. Git add. Let's go up a directory. Do a .NET format on these. And this is going to be it added tests. I got 932 problems with my hats. Ain't one. Yeah, I don't know what this is complaining about. It doesn't like it thinks Lua is C# probably. Oh man. Yeah, this isn't actually a Lua file. Can I add this? I want there to be a way to ignore some stuff. Yeah. That is hilariously unhelpful here. I wonder if there's a way to add an ignore file in parsing. Lua is not C#. Not today. It's also, this isn't actually a Lua file is the other thing. This is just like some garbage file. It's not a garbage file. It's some format. Can you go into the file and specify the editor language? So I'm wrong. This actually isn't Lua is the problem. So this is a Moonsharp Lua script. And so what I could do is I could rename it from .lua to something else. I think we could try it. We're not going to do it just yet. Let's add this. Git add, git status, git commit. Okay. The chore is write failing, add tests, add failing tests for dungeon crawler manifest. Okay, so we have our failing test here. Now we want to work on getting these tests passing. The first one up. Okay, while we're here, let's see. I believe it probably comes down to the properties on the file represented in the CS proj. Maybe. So I think it's VS Code. Let's see if we can change this real quick. Let's have this generate hardwire moon Lua. We'll have it be generate a moon Lua file. And then I want to update my build here to do moon Lua. And then I suspect if I just delete this, okay, that will get rid of all of those problems. But let's see if moon Lua scripts have the same issue. Dungeon crawler.lua.hardwired .net build bash build. I probably should have just done bash build, and it's going to do it twice now. Since it's now called Moon Lua, it's like, oh, no problems in it yet. Let's see if I open this file. It just doesn't know what type of file it is, so now I won't get those problems. So that's a little hacky turnaround that I can do on it. I could go to that file, but then I have to, every time I open it, I have to change. I still want .luas to be read as .luas. It's just like a weird file. Let's make sure my test passed still. Or 9 tests should fail. Now I don't know anything. Okay, so those were hopefully the 9 tests that are still failing. This did a bunch of stuff. Git status probably shouldn't be part of this branch, but that's whatever. I'm the only one working on this right now. Commit this chore rename hardwired Lua to hardwired.moon Lua. There we go. These problems don't accurately describe a lot of stuff anyway. Typhoid says, I forgot. Before I forget, and because tangents are the spice of life, check out the theme song for Next Wave Agent of Hate, as there is a character in the Song Show comic whose name is The Captain. Very nice. Drop it on Discord. I'll check it out. I'm not going to look at it right now on stream of copyright reasons. Feel free to drop a reference in Discord. In the Discord, we have a recommendations channel that you're welcome to share it in. I'd love to see it here. That's the wrong button. How do I do this again? Hang on. Is it Control-Shift-T? Hang on, I gotta remember. 1 second. There's in Power Tools. I'm learning my Power Toys. I call it Power Tools. Power Toys. How do I do the screen? I love this feature, but I always forget how to use it. More. Crop and lock. How do I use crop and lock? What is the command for crop and lock? Show me. Crop and lock it. Control-Shift-T. That's what I thought I did. Control-Shift-T. Apparently... Oh, Windows Control-Shift-T. That's what it is. I was doing Control-Shift-T. All right. Let's stop that real quick. All right. Control-Shift-T. Yeah, check it out. Check it out. Okay, so now I can take this. It's on another screen. But go to the recommendations tab on Captain Coder's Discord. Oh, Valaki. Hello, my friend. How are you on this beautiful Saturday? Have you been a beautiful Saturday? I'm having a beautiful Saturday. Hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you here. Okay. I want to close others. What I'm interested is in this script manifest. So our script manifest, private, I read only dictionary. Sorry, this should be an actual dictionary. Script manifest. This equals new. Should be a read only. this is going to be equal to, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this here. Yeah, it's not there. Get is going to return script manifest dot to new I read only dictionary. Can I not do this? Read only dictionary. Hang on, is there not read only collection? How do I do this? Script manifest. Is there not a read only dictionary? Hang on. I read only dictionary. New read only dictionary. No, there is. Script manifest. Takes in a dictionary, yeah. What did I do wrong? I just did something wrong. String event script. Oh, I don't know what I did wrong. I got it right. The first try. Chalibu, Chalibu, hope you're having a beautiful Saturday. Kovalaki, sleepy Saturday. I hope that's a good thing. I hope you're able to sleep. I hope you're able to relax. I hope you're able to have a beautiful, easygoing Saturday, my friends. All right, so our script manifest here. We need a read-only version. So this is a view into this. Now our scripts, when we add in a script, it should be relatively simple to do script manifest dot add, try add, attempts to add the specified value to the dictionary. And it returns a bool if something's already there. We're gonna add our name and to add. And we're gonna say if this was not successful, then we want to throw a new invalid operation exception. Cannot a script with the name already exists. Okay. I think this is all we need. And .NET. Let's not do the .NET test here. Let's open these up. Add script. Let's just run them again here. Maybe. Okay, so that's all we had to do for those ones. Those ones, the equality check is easy. So add script is good. Get status. Let's make sure our format is still good. We'll do a get add on that. Git commit -m feat. This is dungeon crawler man. Why can't I type? Manifest should add script. Okay. Adding the dungeon is harder because we need to be able to construct a dungeon. It should follow a similar pattern here. Private read only dictionary. String to dungeon. Dungeon manifest. And it's going to follow a similar thing here. But be on our dungeon manifest. The dungeon with the name already exists. This one isn't as simple to implement. If I go and run this, these will still fail. And it's because it's trying to construct, there's a couple reasons. I don't think dungeons have any quality check. Okay, I don't think they have any quality check yet. Also, we haven't implemented this yet. So let's create, oh no, that's not true. Hang on. Not allow adding dungeon with the same name. Add dungeon fails. This is interesting. Should be 1 but was 0. The method or operation is not implemented. Dungeon manifest. Let's put a, I don't understand this, so we're gonna put a breakpoint here so I can understand the error. Debug this test. This one, I'm surprised this one doesn't pass. It was the equality. Okay. Oh, okay. So it is what I thought. All right. So we're not constructing a manifest here. This is weird. Why is it? We can do this though. All right. New return. New dungeon. Crawler manifest. That's all we got to do on this one. For simple, we need to add some stuff to it. So we'll do dungeon crawler manifest equals new manifest dot. This is so, I don't understand that. Manifest dot add dungeon should dot, we'll add in a simple square dungeon, simple, like that. Manifest dot add script, simple script, new event script, simple. Okay. Still expect these to fail because I don't think there's an equality check for dungeons. Okay. All right. It's still failing in a very weird place. Let me remove that. Oh, all right. All right. All right. That makes sense. See, this is why you write tests. Because I would not have found this. It would have been harder to debug. String dungeon manifest. All right. That's why you write a test. Otherwise, I'd have to like run my program, go and try and add a dungeon, get that exception, something weird happened. This test makes it easier for me to do that. Really easy bug to write there. Equality checks on dungeons. Oh, it's because it's pulling back the exact dungeon itself. That is interesting. That won't be the case here when we do the JSON. All right, I'm happy with that. That makes sense because we added that exact dungeon. Should be is doing a reference equality check, so it is the same reference. When we serialize and deserialize, it's not going to be, because it's going to have to construct a new one. And so then we're going to have to write a real equality check. Which will be wild. That's true. That's true, Nordice. But I don't know if that's true. I might have put a not implemented in there to begin with, just to get all my types working as I'm writing my code. It forced me to think through the process a little bit. That said, you know, I'm not sure I'm a complete fan of test-driven development. I found good things. I usually do in the past. I'm pushing test-driven development a little bit to the extreme when I'm doing data stuff. I often will do, when something fails, write a test, but then I found that the refactoring process tends to be can be pretty painful. Let's get this in here. Let's do a format. I'm trying to be very strict with myself. There's a few things I'm really working on. Keeping it simple. I often over-engineer things, so I'm really focused on keeping things simple. Correct. It is tests are good for knowing whether or not something continues to work after a refactor. I believe unit tests are good for refactoring and like regression, making sure things continue to work. Keep it simple, silly. Yeah, keep it simple. It's harder to write. There are certain things that are hard to write tests, and these are unit tests. Let me say that we're writing unit tests, not necessarily integration or regression or penetration. We're not doing any type of testing. We are doing data, like simple data manipulation tests, where it can be pretty easy to write bugs. What is this thing? Collection initialization can be simplified. Okay. -m feat gen crawler manifest should add dungeon. Okay, so we have the add dungeon. We're gonna have to add a remove dungeon in a little bit here, which should be similarly easy. I want yeah, there's something interesting here that I don't quite know what I like yet. Right, so this JSONable is going to be trickier because we're going to need a dungeon converter, right? So I need to implement a dungeon converter. Luckily, I have a wall map and a dungeon event map that are JSONable currently. I'm going to duplicate this. And this is going to become my dungeon crawler manifest JSON converter. These file names are getting ridiculous. Dungeon crawler manifest JSON converter. And this takes in a dungeon crawler manifest. All right. And let's update our typing here and here. Throw new exception. Just for now, get this thing. The types, I want the types to stop complaining. There and there. Okay. So writing JSON. It's going to be similar to how I did my wall map. It's going to be much more similar to my JSON event map converter here. So we need to create, almost feels like we need a JSONable version that goes to and from. And so I think my manifest, I'm going to have a new type, internal. This is going to be our shared version of this. Internal dungeon crawler serializable dungeon crawler manifest. Okay. Keep it silly. That's right, folks. You guys know Primer Justin? If you don't, go check him out. Incredible streamer. Software engineer doing some really cool stuff. Primer, what have you been doing on your stream lately? Go give him a love. Give him, you see this heart? Love him. Do it. What have you been working on your stream? Oh, no problem. It's always a pleasure to have you here, my friend. Okay, so our serializable version is going to be an array of string. So these are string to dungeon. Our dungeon needs to be serializable as well. Array dungeons, dungeon manifest. Okay. So this should be a public. I should have done it as a prop. I immediately forgot. Get set. All right. It's our dungeon manifest public string. So to be serializable, we can't serialize the dictionary So we turn them into arrays, script manifest. So I'm making an easier to serialize type. Okay, so we're gonna convert it into one of these. I'm gonna make the constructor here. Been working on an evolution video, porting my video tools from Unity to Godot along the way. Very cool. Very, very cool. I'm gonna make this take in a dungeon color manifest here. I think we might have to do a little bit more, but we can make this manifest dot dungeon manifest dot to array. To array. It's already a thing in here. I want to write an extension method for dictionaries that let me do this. Convert it to an array here. I want an extension method here. Manifest dot dungeon manifest dot to serializable array. And there's going to be like a from serializable array as well. So for now, let's do a public, and we'll pull these out into different classes. But I'm sort of prototyping right now. Public static class, dictionary extensions, public static t key, t val, array to serializable array, and this is going to take in a dictionary of this needs to be t key, t val, capital K, t key, t val, to serialize, throw new exception here. So we want to do this. This is the thing we want to be able to do here. Is this does not contain a definition? Oh, this needs to have a this keyword here. Yeah. What is it complaining about now? Does not contain definition for to serializable array. And no accessible method to this should be an IEnumerable of what is it, like a key value pair? Let's go look at one second. Our dictionary, it's this that we really want. Change this to value to match the standard value here. Okay. So now we should be able to do it this way. And this will be our manifest dot script manifest dot to serializable array. So we're going this way and then that way. The man, the Jadwani. The man, the Jadwani. Have you met the man? The Jadwani followed me today. You know the man, the Jadwani. Welcome to the crew. Thank you for being here, my friend. Happy to have you on this beautiful day. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome aboard. So essentially I want to do this thing. So I already have this thing here that does it. It's going to look kind of like this. Thank you so much for the compliment. Thank you for being here. Glad to have you. So it can sort of be this thing. And to serialize dot like this. All right, so we can do this. We can do this. Not bad. Not bad. A little bit of a one-liner here. A long one-liner. How do people feel about putting this on a separate line? I'm not sure how I feel about this. The whole thing is pretty long to read. And now I need to go the other direction. All right, so I need to do a public static. This is interesting. So I want to go the other direction. So I guess I should go to an IEnumerable key value pair from or to, maybe I could just go straight to a dictionary. I'm not sure. Two key value pairs. And this is going to be the array T key, T value. T key, T value. T value array. Like this. Moon is welcome back to the stream. I keep wanting to use a dictionary, but it never seems to work. Dithron. I'm sorry to hear that, because dictionaries are one of the most powerful, useful data structures, simple but powerful data structures that exist in programming. How are you trying to use it? It sounds like a struggle to deserialize. Okay. Make sure all my types are sort of matching up there. I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need to go the other way, but for now, let's do the serialized version. Format this. Mooniz, how's the moon been, my friend? How was your stream earlier today, folks? If you guys don't know Mooniz taught me everything I know about Unity. Incredible game developer, full-time game developer. Works for a company creating Unity-based games in Unity is what I should say. Isn't there a to dictionary already? Does it come from an array like this? Let's see. Let's try dictionary here. Return to deserialize dot to dictionary. Doesn't like that. I'd have to give a selector. I could probably do this. I got to remember how to do it. I don't want to conflict here, so it's a little bit. I can't just do to dictionary on. I got to do a little bit more work. We're going to leave it how it was previously, and then I might refactor it. I might rewrite it. The development went great. Added an ability system with scriptable objects and UI, so now I can light the box on fire whenever I want. Nice. Captain Krabs, thank you for the hat. Let's get a hat added to this stack. Look at us go. Let's go. This hat stack's getting big. Morning, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Mooniz, get ready with a box. Yeah. So Nordish, you're probably right. We can probably use to dictionary to pull this back from IEnumerable, right? So we're gonna say get this as an IEnumerable, and then we'll turn it into a dictionary when we're going back. So serializable manifest here is a thing that we're going to write. So given a dungeon crawler manifest, I think we can serialize this thing. No, we can't, because the dungeons aren't serializable yet. So we're gonna have to add another one for that as well. Wall maps and dungeon event maps are serializable, but dungeon is not. But this is sort of what I want to do here, is I want to it's a little hard to see what I want. I'd have to zoom out. I know the font's small, sorry. I want to do this for writing JSON. I'm gonna say if value is null, throw new exception, could not write null manifest, dungeon crawler manifest. That. And then we're gonna get a serializable manifest. I can even do a var here. This is one of the times when I think a var works nice. Serializable equals new serializable manifest value. And then I think the idea is to make something that's easier to serialize. JSON converter convert.serialize object serializable. And then return writer.write value JSON. When we go to do this, the problem is it's going to say I can't write dungeon. So we have to come up with a way to do it. There is love, there is life. It's because I could put it over here. It doesn't really make sense. It's just I didn't want to type the whole thing out. Crowler, why is my hands, my W and L, my left hand, my left ring finger is moving faster than my right ring finger, which is fascinating to me. All right, let's keep going. Let's make everything an object or dynamic. It compiles every time. Tuber Tugger, genius. Just write your code in Python. Then you don't have to compile. You'll never get a compile error because you don't have to compile. I'm pretty sure if I try to do, all right, so now in my extensions here, so I want to do my model extensions. This here essentially is going to become JSON convert.serialize object crawler. And then we have to specify that we want to manifest converter.share. We're going to do this. And this is not going to work nicely. So you can extend the class with the custom serializer for the specific class. And then toJSON would be a generic on the interface type. So you can't serialize the interfaces is one of the issues. The extension methods is essentially doing this for us, right? So I just say, oh, well, I'm going to make it so I have a toJSON on this thing. This is why I've put it, this is actually in a different assembly that says, oh, if I want to be able to read and write these things, use this assembly. The other assembly actually doesn't care if it's serializable or not. I can extend the serialization of it using a different module. And then if I decide that I want to, so I'm using Newtonsoft because I'm going into Unity. But if I decided I wanted to use a different serializer, I could actually swap this library out. And so rather than using an interface this way, because then I have to implement it in the other assembly, I can implement the toJSON in a different assembly and then swap it in and out if I want to. So that's sort of the reason I'm doing it this way. I'm pretty sure when I go to run this thing, it's basically going to say that it can't serialize this thing. What about overriding toString? I like your approach, but I'm curious what your thoughts are. So like have the toString be JSON? That's an idea. I don't know how I feel about that. That feels, toStrings I think should be a single, I don't think it's a terrible idea. So Nordice, if I did that, then I have to put JSONable on these things. So if I did it that way, I'd have to pay JSONable like this. And this object doesn't care if it can be written or not. So I'd have to add an iJSONable to this project. I've put my serialization code in a different assembly. So because I'm doing it as a static extension method, you'll notice that I can actually do toJSON on it. Let me find it here. Let's find is JSONable. Look, I'm actually doing toJSON here because it's an extension method. And if I want to, I can swap out that serialization with a different serialization module. So right now I'm using Newtonsoft because it's compatible with Unity. If I wanted to do a different one that used a different JSON library or write my own, I'd be able to do it. Yeah, the toString I don't think necessarily gives us JSON, should give us JSON back, but I do like being able to interpolate in JSON. Might be a little too fancy though, maybe. All right, unable to load, let's see. Model of type manifest from JSON. That's interesting, it's just producing an empty JSON string here. What I need to do though is I'm pretty sure I need to create a dungeon JSON converter. I'm surprised this is not throwing an exception in my test here. I'm surprised. Oh, it is. Okay. Let's put a breakpoint here. That's where I was expecting it to do it. Or maybe it's not. Let me run it here. I think it's actually making it to the load model. And it's not able to load it in properly, which is interesting to me. Nordice, I don't know if that made sense. That's true. That could be in the scope of the class. The part that I'm saying though is I don't. Maybe there's a JSON library that doesn't have to do that conversion. Yeah, I'm surprised. This is making it this far. I'm curious what these look like. I would rather be doing TuberTugger. I'd actually rather be using .NET's JSON classes, but those were introduced, I think, in .NET 6, maybe .NET 5, and so you don't have access to them in the Unity in .NET Standard. Step over. This is interesting. It's producing something. Okay, our manifest. Oh, this is the empty one. That's okay. All right, continue. All right, continue to the next one though. Okay. So this one is our simple dungeon, I believe. Under test. Yeah. All right. What does this produce? Ooh, this is doing a thing. This is simple. Does this legitimately work? We can serialize a dungeon? This is fascinating. Yeah, I know it was before .NET 8. No, Unity, sorry. Unity is pretty old. On Windows, it uses .NET Core 4 or something. It's definitely not .NET 6. It's a custom build of Mono. Serializing a dungeon? Yeah. So let's look at the type. Great question. Brian, welcome back to the stream. Is that you? Is that Brian? Sorry if this is, let me know if I'm incorrect, but I think you are Captain Krabs as well. Is that not true? A dungeon has two things. Event map and walls. They're working on it, TuberTugger. There's some good reasons why they did it using Mono. Because when Unity started out, C# didn't really work on other platforms, right? So you couldn't build for web, you couldn't build for Mac, you could only build on Windows, and Mono was a version of C#. It was a bytecode interpreter, not a version of C#, it's a bytecode interpreter that could work on other places outside of Windows. .NET 5, I believe, introduced a more generalized virtual machine that ran in more places. So, Distron, serializing the dungeon, I'm just serializing my map. So it takes my walls and events and serializes them out. Did that answer your question, Distron? So it gives us a JSON file with those things in it. Currently, we can serialize wall maps and dungeon maps separately. So if I go into my save data, I have this. This is what the maps look like. All right, so it's not the most useful chunk of information. It turns it into JSON. So I wonder if I can take this JSON formatter. Format. There's no format here. Let's go to what's interesting. What I didn't realize is this is just serializing to a string, which is kind of insane. It's a string that has JSON inside. That is wild. JSON formatter. So it looks like this. So here's a map. I want beautify. Maybe it doesn't. What is going? Oh, it's in a. This is so wild to me. It's like put it all as a. I don't know what's going on. I'm super confused by this actually. It can serialize and deserialize it, but it is a string, not an actual JSON file. I guess technically it's a JSON file that has JSON in it. It's a JSON file that's a string that has JSON in that string, which is not what I want. That's wild to me. I don't know. It's I know why, actually. I don't know. Let's keep going here. I'm getting too distracted. Exactly, Smab. It's a string representation of the JSON. So it's like close, but it's not what I want. That's exactly what it is. And I'm confused. This is why. I'm converting it to a JSON object and then writing that value. So there's something interesting here that I need to fix to make this not be this way. Yeah, so notice here, when I do a write JSON, I take this thing, I turn it into a string, and then I write it. I hadn't noticed this before. I'm not writing, this one did it. No, these are all wrong. I am not writing the JSON, I'm writing a string that contains JSON. Okay. Can I do this? Hang on. Let's try it, Smab. Let's see if we can do this. Let's go to this one's okay. This one's not working yet anyway. Let's go to my dungeon wall JSON converter. Can I do this? This would be the correct thing to do. I think. Scream CY. Is it Screamzy? Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Screamzy. Welcome back to the stream. Is this what I'm supposed to do here? This is gonna break a bunch of other things. JSON wall map. Hang on. Yeah, no worries. So I should write it directly. Smab, my brain did this weird thing when I was doing this and it worked. My read. Why does this work? Oh no, this. All right, we're gonna try change this to elms. I'm using Newtonsoft to serialize. The name actually doesn't exist. What's going on? Oh, what did I do here? I'm gonna break all my other tests. I should not be doing this right now. I should get this working and then fix that. This is probably gonna break a bunch of other tests it does. So let's go back. If you're using Newtonsoft, you don't need two JSONs. It takes a C# and makes them. It doesn't convert dictionaries. You can't JSON a dictionary. It has a dictionary inside. And that's why I am implementing these. You can't JSON a dictionary. With Newtonsoft. You can, but you have to do some extra stuff. Because what does it mean? It's a reference to an object, right? Right, but it doesn't have it doesn't do it for you by default. Because what if you have a circular dependency? There's some reasons for it. Or maybe I'm wrong. Newtonsoft JSON dictionary. So you have to do wait. Am I really this? It just works. I swear it doesn't just work. Does it just work? There's a reason I did this. Where are all my... Hang on, let's look at my extensions. If this were true, I should be able to just do this. All right, so I don't have to use a custom converter. If this is true, I should be able to do just this. I'm 90% sure this doesn't work. Some of my tests, let's see what fails. I don't have a circular dependency in it though. Shy programmer, congratulations on number 19. Welcome back to the stream. All right, so dungeon map should be JSONable. Wall map should save as JSON and restore from JSON. So these things now fail. It can't load properly. So watch, let me show you here. Let me put a breakpoint here. And let's debug this test. The wall map, the dictionary does not get serialized. Oh, but hang on, maybe... Is it because I don't have it exposed? Let's go work at my wall map. It could be because this is private. Oh, hang on. It could very well just be because I have this returning this read-only thing. Hang on. Hang on. I might be able to do this. It's this being read-only. If it's just data, all right, so it might have been because I wanted to do this. it has to be a get set like this. Let's try something. I think it was because I didn't want to expose this. Hang on. Can I... So, I have some... I want to be able to say that I want to serialize this. Now, do I want to just move all these things? All right, hang on. Let's come back here. It was my desire to encapsulate this, but a wall map is just data. Hang on. Let's do this. Let's get rid of that. Really, we could do this. Needs to be not read-only now. We do this. Does our wall map serialize? It doesn't. All right. Let's take a look at it, though. I want to say, what is the JSON here? So the issue is that it can't load it back. That's the whole point of that's like if you didn't have to stop and make things work, programming would be just way too easy. All right, the JSON. All right, under test is empty. Okay, this one is simple. Why does the load model fail here? Hang on, I shouldn't be using that. Hang on, I shouldn't be using that. Model extensions. Load. This should be all I need. They pay you for your words per minute. I don't know if I've ever mentioned to you the lawsuit I was involved in where they were like, they basically said, the amount of time you were working on this, you should have produced way more lines of code. That was their argument. It's still not loading. Let's try one more time. It was crazy. That whole metric is silly. Okay. Copy value. Let's go to the next one. Okay. This one has the failure where it can't deserialize the wall map. It is serializing properly, which is cool, I think. But it doesn't know how to deserialize it now. But was not handled, could not. Let's try one more time. Do these all pass now? Hang on. No, they don't. Load model. Load wall map. Oh, I did the wrong load wall map. Could not parse. Krasenstein. Happy Saturday, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful day. We're in the process of... We're in a hole. We're in a hole. We're in a JSON hole. The hole of JSON. Someone brought to my attention that I'm being dumb, which is not uncommon. Not uncommon. This is why I love coding here. This is like one of the reasons I love coding on Twitch is I get feedback here and realize I'm doing something particularly bad. The JSON here looks... This one looks good. That test passes. That one's interesting that it passes. Step into... Stepped over. I didn't want me to step over. I wanted to step here. All right. Let's do a step into. JSON is this thing. It should do load wall from JSON here. Okay. And then it dies here. Could not convert string. Tile edge. It's just giving me back a tile edge to dictionary key type. Tile edge is the problem now. Tile edge should be a very serializable thing though. Tile edge is a record. Oh, interesting. So tile edge should be JSONable, no problem. Why? What's going on here? I'm so confused. Is this my tile edge code? Did I write this? Tile edge is just a record. Oh, it has a different equality check. That's why I did that. Because the wall edges, this one should be serializable. This is interesting. This one should not be a problem. Oh, I was just confused. I was thinking it might have been the lowered code. I was just confused as to why I had done this on a record type. It's because the equals and the get hash code had to be different. Because I had to normalize the values. Smab, I was so confused. I wrote this so long ago that I was confused by it. It's weird that this can't be serialized. To me, it's weird that it can't be serialized. Because it's just a record. I'm gonna double check with Kara, see how she is feeling. I'll have to double check, Crass. We both, like I mentioned to you, that we kind of had a cold. I'm feeling much better today. I'll have to check, see how she's doing. Lester Cab, welcome. Almost Lester Crab. Lester Cab, happy to have you here. But the plan is yes. The plan is yes. When we talked before, she was planning to come. Okay. This is interesting. It runs all of them. They all fail or they all pass together? So do I need to do a thing? This is weird. This is weird. Hang on. Let's do a tile edge should. Let's add to our tile edge should. Tile edge should be JSONable. We'll just test it here. Theory, inline data, 5-7 facing north. Public void be JSONable. And we want to be able to JSON this thing. This is int x, int y, facing. All right, so we'll construct under test, tile edge under test. New position, XY. Facing. Position is just a record. Yep. And facing is just an enum. These should serialize just fine. Under test.toJSON. And then we should be able to do JSON extensions dot semicolon. JSON extensions, import dot load load model style edge JSON. Really, this thing I shouldn't even have to do that. I should be able to do JSON convert dot serialize object under test. This is really what it should be. String JSON tile edge actual tile edge actual dot should be under test. This is the test here. Give it a few. Let's run our reload. Can we do this? Tubertrack says the application I've been developing at work is completely solo devved, but it's got some 2 to 3 year old features that I'm scared to debug. This is where like the tests, I think tests when you're looking back on old code are super nice to see like, well, how am I supposed to use this thing? Okay, so this can be serialized. That's great. It is JSONable, so that doesn't make sense to me. That's a good question. That's a good question. Let's look at wall map. I did. Is it this yeah. Yeah, that's weird. So, 1 second, let's... Oh, was I just doing dungeon map should? You know what? Hang on. Was I just looking at the wrong thing? It's still failing. I think I was looking at the wrong thing. Hang on, let's run this. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind here. Okay, it's still failing. But there were 3 of them before. There should be... Close others. I'm so distracted right now, it's ridiculous. Why is it only showing the one? What? What? This is... Hang on, what is actually...
Whoa.
I'm so confused. Julian, thank you for the whoa. What is going on? What is going on? I am lost here. Hang on. I'm gonna try. Sure, yeah, Lance, feel free to, Discord might be a good place to do it. And then you get other people's opinions as well. Hang on. Theory. I'm really confused. Member data, name of, save as JSON data, public void, be JSONable. Hang on. If I do string JSON equals JSON convert dot serialize under test, and then wall map expected or actual JSON convert dot deserialize object. Am I just doing something really dumb here? Is this all I need to do? JSON actual dot should be under test. Tuber Tugger, thank you for the hat. Redeem, let's get a hat added to this stack. Boom! There it is. Thank you for the hat. When you want to have a break, I posted a little message on the recommendation channel in Discord. Awesome. Distron, use the Q command to add that to my questions list. Just to remind you, like, check Discord. So my question is, do these fail? What the heck is going on? So, what? This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Is this just Test Runner out of its mind? I think there's something wrong with this Test Runner. Why are these passing? But then it shows it's not passing. Hang on. Take a break. I'm losing my mind here. We're gonna take a break. We'll come back. Well, Smab, I don't know if you're noticing. It's like some of them are passing. It's. I think that's just displaying information incorrectly over here. So it is showing this test passing now after adding in this test. So I'm confused because of these green check marks, but this red mark here, that is why I'm confused. Yeah. I do. They shouldn't be being modified, though. They're not really static. These lists are static. That's interesting. Okay. Empty, one wall. Are these being modified, maybe? Let me think here. It's returning a new list each time. But they're constructing new ones. I'm just confused as what's going on here. think these tests are actually failing though. Let's run them a few times. So when I run them, it shows that it's failing, even though it has green check marks here. See, it's showing it's actually failing here. But these are reporting passing for some reason. And then if I run this directly, they fail. Yeah, so that's what I was doing, right? So it's saying that it couldn't error converting value tile edge to type dungeon tile. So, oh, they fail. Yeah, so the tests, when I run them individually, they fail. And when I run them as this file, they fail. So they fail properly here. Here's the weird one to me. Is it's just this information is a report just drawing incorrect. When I run all of the tests, I'll get green check marks on these. But they still didn't pass. It still gets the failure over here. So these are just like fake green check marks. I think it's just a visualization issue because it still shows it failing over here. If I were to take this out and run this will go away. .NET test, yeah, I already did .NET test. This was just me verifying the issue. .NET test fails correctly. I get the 8 failures that I want. I think it was running at the same time. Yeah, so this is correct, which gives me the 8 failures that I expect. Yes, Mab, I already did that. Yeah, I did try reloading VS Code. I don't know what's going. I tried that. Yeah. Anyway, the issue is here. Some of them, the should be fails. All right, so let's debug this test. Debug this test. All right, let's try this way. I don't know. I should just use Visual Studio because Visual Studio Code is a little bit nightmarish. All right, so this one is interesting because this one works, right? So the empty, we're doing it on the empty, which is correct. It's fine to do it there. So that one, oh, it doesn't pass. Oh, it's probably because I don't have a should method for it, but that's okay. Let's continue. This one doesn't deserialize properly. Map tile edge. This key is an object inside. This is where the dictionary issue is happening. See here, this is why I had my custom dictionary. This is why I had to have my custom serializer. This is why. Because you need to have string to values or integers to values here. It cannot convert this string. That's what's going on. It cannot convert this string into a tile edge because this is a JSON value here. So I need a special way to do this. So my convert here, or, right? So notice I can do it with string to int. So it's happy to take this thing, turn it into a string, but the dictionary, because my key is not a string, it cannot figure out how to do it. That's why I had to make the special one. If I just had strings to things, I think it would be fine. Okay. So I can't do it this way. Let's do some reverts. My wall map. Let's bring this back. Okay, so I was correct. There was a reason I had to do it. There was a reason I had to write these custom ones. And now I remember. And maybe I should write that down somewhere. Wall map should not change. Let's revert wall map. Tile edge, this is a fine test to have in here. This is a file that's under test right now and manifest converter. Okay. Okay. I believe these will go back to passing once I come back into my model extensions here. Put this back in. So I needed a special thing. Yeah, I need to write this down here. Okay, so in our tests, in our model extensions, we use a custom, you can add it to the class itself actually. JSON converter for wall maps. This is required to correctly serialize and deserialize the underlying dictionary, which uses tile edge as a key. When as a key. The default serializer for dictionaries converts the keys to a string which cannot be safely deserialized. Cannot be correctly deserialized. Okay. That is essentially what's going on here. Same for our... Exactly. Smab, this is exactly what I ran into because I'm using Newtonsoft, and it's an old version of Newtonsoft at that. So it's Newtonsoft, it's an older version, but I'm using it to make sure it works in Unity. I remember running into this issue and being confused, and I'm pretty sure this works fine in the most recent JSON converter, JSON library that's built into the .NET, This one here, which uses non-string keys. Yeah. For dungeon event map. So we need this, and then this is also for our manifest converter. Dungeon crawler manifest. What a great rabbit hole though. Look, every time my W ends before my L. That's crazy. Fumble Mumble, thank you for the follow. Fumble Mumble, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the crew. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Fumble Mumble, thank you so much for the follow. All right, let's rerun these tests. What a hole. What a hole, what a hole, what a mighty fine hole we've gone down here. And let's add that little... All right, so we're back to 5 failures, which I think is... Gosh, please tell me that's correct. It's probably not. I might just need to do a restore. I didn't mean to click that button so many times. Might need to do a restore on my model extensions here. Yeah, this is still failing. We should be down to 2 failures. Okay. All right. Whew. So the serialization is not going well. Look, we got to take a break. We got to take a break. We've been going for like 2 hours here, 2.5 hours. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to be going for at least another hour, maybe an hour and a half. Mount Andrews. Hey man, I'm a freshman at a small private school and I want to become a software engineer or a computer scientist. Awesome. I don't have any really experience with coding besides some elementary stuff. Where should I start learning about coding? There's no wrong, I mean, I guess there are some wrong places. I love C#. There are other languages you can use. The book I will recommend to you before I go on break is the C# Player's Guide. If you're willing to spend $35, this is such a good investment. I'm no sponsorship for this book or anything. I just think this is a fantastic book for learning C# from nothing to writing real software. Awesome book. I think C# is a good language to start with. It's very versatile and there's lots of jobs for C#. That said, learning to be a good programmer, learning to be a solid programmer will get you a job in many, many different places. If you learn a specific framework or tool, you're putting yourself into a weird spot. So learning a programmer mindset, I think, is a great way to start learning about coding. C# Player's Guide, I think, is a fantastic, accessible book. If you don't have $35 to spare, the C# course is another link that I put in there. You can go check that out. That said, we're gonna take a break. Thank you so much for the follow, Mount Andrew. I'm shooting for Mount Andrew. Let me know if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Mount Andrew. Following me, we got MT Andrew. Following me. It's Andu, not Andrew. Andu. Thank you for the follow. Andu, we'll be back. I'm taking a quick break. We'll be back. I gotta go get myself, I'm gonna get myself some tea, some water. Hang tight, everybody. Don't go anywhere. I shall return. All right, everybody, we're back. Calorb, thank you for the follow. Have you met Calorb? They have followed me today. You know, Calorb, you're great, you're grand, you're cool. Welcome to the stream. Calorb, thank you for the follow. We're gonna hop back in here. See if we can get this model conversion. Now that we went down the rabbit hole to remember why we've done this, JSON extensions provides utility classes for serializing and deserializing classes using new classes. This is creating converter classes is necessary to serialize dictionaries that use non-string keys. Internet has died on my happens the same time every day night. I used to have a problem like that where my internet, it was interesting, it was like right around the time when I wanted to stream. At 3 a.m. or something, there would be some kind of network cycle or something that happened. It drove me crazy. One second, I forgot something. I gotta step away just for a moment. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. All right, yeah, I just need to get a plate to put my tea after it's steeped. I need to put the tea bag on the plate. So the lighting in here feels weird today. I think I just need to do that. I'm not sure. Lighting feels off. That's okay. We're doing okay. All right, so we added this little comment in here. We need to be able to do this for serializing. We're gonna go back. There's some weird issue. Let's add that before we forget. Let's open up a new issue. Serialization is writing strings of JSON rather than JSON. Revisit. Currently, wall maps are being output in this format. Let's go grab one of these. Oh, no, let's go with the simple one. Simple square. Why? Oh, it's in such output wrapped as a string rather than raw JSON. Yeah, the copy paste was hilarious. That's not what I want in there. This is related to this line of code to this code. I know where it is. Led to this code found in this writes it as a string. Okay. We should investigate serializing directly to JSON rather than getting the string back. All right. So I'm going to do this probably as the next thing, but I want to finish this serialization process first. We might go ahead and actually pull that. You know what? It might make sense to fix that first because this is going to be dependent on that serialization process. What's interesting here to me is that we deserialize fine from the data. And so I'm really confused by this. I'm really confused by this read and write. It might make sense to go ahead and work on that fix first, merge that in here. I think I might do that actually. I don't even know what changes are currently here. We started a converter. I think I'm going to do an intermittent commit here. Add comments. And then we'll merge these together. Yeah. Git status, git add. Partial progress on manifest dungeon crawler manifest JSON converter. Okay. Go ahead and push that up. It's gonna fail, but I want to fix this issue. I think it's important to fix this one first because it's sort of like related. So let's go back to our main branch here and see if we can fix this independent of that. All of our tests should be working here because we just branched off main. And I want to understand Oakless11, thank you for the follow. Have you met Oakless? They have followed me today, and I want to say thank you for following me. Oakless, welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Okay, so our wall map JSON converter, I want to just write value elms. This doesn't work though, and let's see if we can figure out why. And what part? So we have 3 failing tests now. Smab, that's exactly what was happening with mine, and I swear I called them up and I said, I think you guys are doing a firmware update at this time. It's just trying to say, no, we don't do firmware updates. You have to run that on your end. But it would do it every night. My internet would disconnect. And so I had to get basically forced to upgrade to a brand new router. All right, so we should get 3 failures here. Let's see where we're failing. The 2 JSON is failing now. Unsupported type. Wall type. Use the JSON serializer class to get the object's JSON representation. Let's look up here. Serializing with JSON converter. You're looking for a new ISP. I'm doing absolutely wonderful, Oakless. I hope you are as well. I want to do a custom JSON convert. Sorry, JSON converter. Custom JSON converter. This is, oh, hang on. The right? See, that's, Smab, this is where I got it from. It says, take this and turn it to a string. Primer, just any tips on creating tests? I never really semantically tested for regressions. I've been working on improving my test writing skills. I have personally found that writing tests first tends to make sure you write test code that's testable. I like to follow this scheme of having a class called a should and thinking about your class should do this thing. This class should have this thing. This class can't do X, Y, Z. So what are the things should be able to, should not be able to, should hold? I think thinking of it that way and then writing your test sort of to say, how am I going to write this code? What does this code look like elsewhere? Has been useful. One of the books many years ago that I read that was super useful for me was called JSON, JUnit in Action. I would like there to be, this tea is not steeped enough. I would like there to be and maybe this exists, I just haven't looked at, like an XUnit in Action. If anyone has additional tips for Primer Justin, feel free to send them along. This is why I was doing it this way. Because it was having me do this toString like this. And then you read it and you convert it back to that value. It's really interesting here. Because write value, let's see, 1 second. Writer dot, well, what options do we have? JSON writer dot. Let's go look at this thing. State. There's no comments on it. Well, maybe there will be more. Write value. Bring me to the just generic write value of object. Okay. Let me give you permission. Permit CalOrb. Sorry about that, CalOrb. You have to be a member for 1 hour before you can post. It thinks you tried to post a link, but I know you didn't there. I'll copy paste your code for you, or what you wrote. It says use a code coverage tool to identify any parts of your code that aren't covered. Take it a step further with tools like Striker.net, which inserts bugs in your code. Yeah, mutation testing is really cool. It's automatic, so it's using the tester. So there's a thing called .NET test. You'll notice in C# here, I have it set up. These in using XUnit. Theory is saying that this thing is a method that should be run as a test. Fact is saying this is a method that should be run as a test. The theories say we can pass data into these tests. Are you writing C#, Primer Justin? If you're doing C#, I would recommend XUnit. If you're doing Unity, Unity uses NUnit by default. So Unity's test framework. I'm not sure if you're using Unity or not, but if you are, I would recommend looking at Unity's test framework instead. It's not compatible with XUnit. You can, but I'm writing my tests separate from Unity. So I'm like writing my code and compiling it and then dropping it as libraries into Unity. So let me understand. Writes a system.object value. And remember, as if the value cannot be written as a single JSON token. Can I provide a converter for this? So you should be able to use XUnit with Godot. It's just you'll have to like link that in somehow. So Godot doesn't rewrite your CSproj file for you. Unity does, so it's a little bit harder to do it that way. Convert utils get type code. So we need a way to and then we're back to tile edge wall type. Tile edge should be a writable type. Let's do a step in here. Let's see what's going on. Maybe tall, maybe short, you'll only know if you go to their stream. Maybe Tall, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. All right, so let's step in here. We'll step into, I need to add a breakpoint actually, here. So let's continue. All right, so it is able to do that. Okay. Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. This is where the problem runs. Okay. Unsupported type. Value tuple. Use the JSON serial class to get the object's JSON representation. Can I do, all right, let's try this. Serializer dot. I was complaining about it though. So here's what it does when I do that, Nordice. Is it just outputs a string of the JSON representation, which isn't what I want. So you'll notice the output ends up writing this. I don't want to write a string. I want to write a JSON object. But yeah, this is what I had before. But this writes it in double quotes inside of the data value. Nordice, do you understand why what's going on there? I don't like that. Well, I don't want it. So notice what I want, and it's a little hard to do. I need a smaller example to really show it. Yeah, I don't want to send it a string. I want it to serializer my right value options. Can I give it a JSON type? Well, it wouldn't be. So one thing to look at here is you'll notice all of these are escaped because they're inside of this. I don't want to write a string. I want to write I want it to write the value. And I'm trying to understand JSON writer. Non-cacheboard way of generating JSON data. I don't understand this write JSON method fully. Write JSON. Writes the JSON representative of the object. And I'm confused why I can't so I can serialize this. Is there a JSON convert? Yeah, it can. It can be mapped to JSON because this works. I can serialize this object to a string that is the correct JSON. But I don't necessarily want it to be this object. So serialize. I want it to give me back something different. Serialize object? Well, serialize object returns a string, right? Returns a JSON string of the object. What I want to get back is like the JSON. So I think serializer dot serialize. I think I do this, writer LMs. I think I do this. The deserialize is going to be an issue here, I think. All right, so now we're at cannot read. So this seems to be the correct thing to do here. Let's debug again. Let's go into our test here. It's not Tuber Tugger. We investigated the whole thing because we're using an old version of Newtonsoft. My dictionaries cannot be converted directly to JSON because they don't use string keys. They use a non-primitive type as a key. So I have to write a converter. We spent like an hour going down that rabbit hole. The data type is a tile edge. Unity doesn't force me to use Newtonsoft, but Unity forces me to use a library that is compatible with .NET Standard 2. All right, so I think this one will... No, it doesn't work. Okay. Okay. Value, hang on, reader.value. So there's something going on here. This inverse operation is not quite what we want. Here, let's run it one more time. Just to verify I'm not insane. Let's debug one more time. I stopped my debug too early. Unity, there is a Rex. Also, welcome back to the stream. I'm not sure if I said hello to you, Rex Riker. I'm glad to have you here. Rex, I had a question for you before I get too distracted. Someone on Discord tried to add me as a friend who wasn't part of my Discord server, but their username was Rex on Discord, and I ignored it. Let me know if it was you, because at first I thought it was you, but they didn't send me a message or anything, and then when I looked, we had a different server in common that wasn't my server. So this one's gonna fail, but I wanna continue to the next test. There we go. All right. Cool. This one is producing the JSON that I expect now. It's not a JSON that's like a doubly wrapped string. All right, so the JSON is being produced properly now. This converter now, this value, I'll show you tile edge. It's a record class like this. The version of Newtonsoft I'm using, when you serialize this as a key, it just turns it into a string. So I promise we went down the rabbit hole here. It converts it to a string, and then it cannot deserialize it from a string back into this type. Because your keys cannot be objects in JSON. JSON key as object. So in JSON, your keys have to be strings. And so it didn't have this idea of like, well, it needs to come back. So it was giving me this thing that was a string on the left side that was the toString of tile edge, but there's no converter. That's not JSON. There's no converter to take the tile edge and bring it back. And our tile edge is JSONable, but it can't be used as a key. So you can do simple dictionaries where you have strings to things. Right here is the trick. Reader.value is not a string. What is reader.value here? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. It's in a book. Captain Coder. I can code anything. All right, so our value, reader.value, is null. That's interesting. It's really interesting. Hang on. Look one more time. I wish I could go back. I wish there was like a backward step in the debugger. That's one of the cool things about programming language like Elm, fully functional, purely functional. So tile edge is important because the keys are there's two things with it, and I'll show you. I'll talk about that in a second. Double would be an interesting thing. Oh, our two JSON sucked here, actually. Oh, our JSON we did not JSON correctly. Look, our JSON sucked here. All right, so this did not produce the right thing. Okay. So we can't, so I could use just a position or something too. So what's interesting here about tile edge is in our map, let's say we have a map here, and our map looks like this. Okay. We put, how do we represent this tile edge? Here. Okay, this tile edge is interesting because it could be represented two ways. It could be represented as a wall in position 0, 0, east, or 0, 0, west, right? I have decided to create a data type called tile edge where those two things are equal. Oh, sorry, thank you. It should be 1. And it should actually be 1, 0. Those two things are equal. I've written a special equal for it. And this makes it so when I put it into a dictionary, it doesn't matter which one I have, it still is pointing to the same thing. So it still looks it up as the same thing. So I've defined my tile edge this way. Clayman, welcome back to the stream. How are you, my friend? Hope you're having a beautiful day. So I want to be able to look things up by that tile edge like that. Okay. So this is not actually doing what I want it to do. It's going well. It's going well. We're working on some serialization stuff. Type of tile edge. This is interesting. Can I pass in? Is there a object? There isn't a type like that. I have to pass in a type of. The type of the value being serialized. Type of tile edge wall type array. So this isn't actually doing what I want. Yes, I could also have grid lines as a coordinate. There's many ways to do it. I could also duplicate that information. Yeah, I'm not JSONing properly. Does this return something? It's void, serializes a specified object with, and writes the JSON structure using the specified writer. This does not work. They need a, in my game, they don't have a real thickness. I don't know if you've seen the way I do it. They have no thickness in mine. Yeah, this isn't working. lms.get type. Could do that. It's still not serializing properly. Watch, check it out when I go to debug this. I thought it was for a second. Didn't I have it? Didn't I have the JSON working there for a second? Yeah, see, it's doing it right here. That's interesting. What does this look like? It's an array. So this is working. Why does the empty one? Oh, I guess because there's nothing in it. Okay. Okay, this is actually doing what I want. Never mind. Never mind. Tuber, we get to create the map, so we can make sure that the maps don't have that. Yeah, it looks really funny right now in our game though. Okay. It does look really funny in our game. Here, let me show you. Let me go into the WebGL build. It does look really funny when we have those hairpin corners. I could make, so it doesn't matter. I could make it have thickness. So it does look funny when you have those hairpin corners. You just don't do that, right? So right now it has that, but if you just don't do that, it works fine. So you'll notice this corner looks fine. When you have those hairpin corners, you just don't. And when you make your maps, you just don't do it. Ryan, welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. Happy to have you here. Okay, so it is this to.json. All right, I was wrong there. It's this deserialized that is weird. Just design the map with that in mind. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. I also have a version where we can make them thick walls as well. It turns out making them thick walls has some weird corner cases on it, but it's not that bad. Oh, I do have to build the game in Unity. So no, I wasn't doing that. I just showed the WebGL build so that I didn't have to delay when I go to, because it had the thing that I need. I didn't want to have to run Unity. That's an interesting idea. You blame the superpowers. This value is interesting. Okay, let's try. It's so weird. Let's do this. Reader dot value as, okay, as. It's not gonna let me do that. Hang on. Let's do object value equals reader dot value. I want to see what this is. My coding power level's at 9001. Does serializer have serialized object? It has a serialized like this. All right, let's step in. It's gonna stop here. What is value? Value is null, which is so interesting. So that's why we're getting an exception here. Let's go to the next test, where we actually have a string here. What is value here? Value is still null. So there's something I don't understand about this. So my serialize is working now. My deserialize is not working. It's like I need to do something special with it. Oh, I've never felt any disrespect from YouTuber Tugger. Thank you for the clarification there, though. Serialize.serialize. There is no serialized object. There is a deserialize. I wonder if we need to do this. And this is going to return an object. Next value. Wonder if this is what we need to do. Maybe. I don't know if that's true. I feel like I am, you know, I'm not quite a caveman painting on a wall, but I feel that way sometimes. All right. Next value. There we go. Next value. Can I do? Okay. This needs to be next value, not as a string, but as a, really I should do something special here, as a tile edge wall type. Can I do this? The operator must be used as a reference. All right. So the question is, can I do a cast? Can't do a cast like this. What? Can I implicitly convert? Oh, this should, oh, I see. Hang on. LMs. Like that, okay. As. So it doesn't like as here. Okay. What is the... I have an extra parens. Yeah, so I have to send it to the deserializer rather than doing it as a string, and now the deserializer is turning into an object, I believe. Magic? Question mark? No, but let's try. Let's debug it. Let's see what we get back as next value here. All right, so next value is this thing. I think this is a JSON representation. What does deserialize return? Deserialize the JSON structure by the specified JSON reader, the object being deserialized. So notice this has a bunch of stuff. I don't know if it can be, but inside of it is the square brackets. So there's something about this internal structure. It's just not letting me convert this. So the exception is could not read wall map. Let's run to the next iteration here. And you'll notice the next value object. Oh. First. Yeah, so you'll notice like all of this information's inside of this object here. So there's something. I almost have. Feels so close here. I can't convert it, but I know that it is some kind of JSON because I can't do next value dot anything on this. I know it's a deserialized value. I'm not able to cast it to this type, which I know that this is the internal type of it, or somehow wrapped inside of it somehow. Let's go read some more documentation. JSON serializer. I want to understand. Yeah. JSON serializer. More specifically, deserialize. I want to understand some examples for this. Add AI like LLMs. We could probably generate some JSON stuff. Nordice, There, that's what we need. That's what we need. Ah. Oh, or we're on an old version type of. Ah. Okay. Now we're cooking. Serializer.deserialize reader. Now we're cooking. Nordice, my friend, you're fabulous. Points, add Nordice. 50 points. Thank you so much. Fantastic. And so now this should actually be, I bet we can put this type on the left side. Question mark on it. Okay. And really we can do this. Throw new exception. Could not read wall map. Wall map. We can't give it the value. These are now LMs. Okay. We're wrapping the two properties of the tuple into a class. That's what I ended up doing in another one. I don't know that it would be that much simpler. I mean, writing this out would be simpler. So it'd be like a wall map element thing. Coaxed, welcome back to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Calorb, that's not a bad idea. The only reason I haven't done that is this tuple is isolated to this class. I'm not using this tuple anywhere else. Tuple? How do we pronounce that? I clicked run on the wrong thing. Now my test runner. Gotta wait. Did it finish? There it goes. I would have had an idea. You have an idea? The real question, how do you pronounce SQL? Coax says, I don't know what graphic multimedia library to use as a C# SFML replacement in Rust to port over an application written in C# using SFML. Simple Fast Media Library, for anyone who doesn't know, that doesn't work on Wayland, which another user wanted, but dev wouldn't bother. I don't know what graphic library to use as a C# SFML replacement in Rust. Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I wonder if I really enjoy Coax. I've really enjoyed using Raylib. I wonder if there are bindings for that. And over on the Raylib, let's see if they have a Rust. One sec. Let's see if they have Rust bindings. Oh, it has outdated bindings. Gotcha. Even the latest version? Yeah. I don't know enough about it. Yeah, I typically say SQL. So look, let's go. We got this working. Here. So I want to do something similar for our event map. We're doing the same garbage with our event map here. So same thing. We got it though. We got our test passing. So let's I want to fix this one. Let's do let's format. We get rid of this. Really, this just becomes a really easy one-liner if I do this. Maybe it doesn't. Hang on. Why doesn't that work? Oh, because I have to turn it into a wall map. So that's why. I can't give a null value here. Okay, so I have to. It's almost one on there. Give me a second, because I have to do the same thing for my dungeon map events. My dungeon and map events are doing are broken too. But at a glance in my spot here, maybe we could do this. Let's try it. .NET Run project Raylib. Those are monadic types, and there's not a reason why. So I think one of the reasons you don't have some none in C# is that sort of everything is a some none. right? Everything is kind of a sum none. It's really easy to write a sum none class. I've actually written the error monad as well, okay error monad, and have like done the chaining together. Let's save this as test. Let's go look at our test JSON here. There we go. Now I can format this. Look, there we go. There we go. Booyah. Oh, don't get me wrong, Coax. I don't know if that's a good reason why it's not there. Harmony was the duality was the theme. And so we made a game called Harmony last year. And so it wasn't light versus darkness. There was light, dark, yin, yang, and body mind. So we had 3 different dualities. So those were the 3 dualities in the version in the game we made last year. All right, let me get this added. Get status. All of our save data is going to be broken now. So we'll just delete all of our save data. It's not going to work. We're going to have to make new save data. Git commit .NET format. .NET format. Let's make sure the world is happy. All right, but we now understand how to do this without doing it to a string, which should make everything a little bit better later on, maybe. .NET. Maybe. I'm a little worried about it. .NET. Git status. Git commit -m. Feat or refactor. Wall map should serialize to JSON. Feel like we're not using enough link. Yeah, I need to get better at using link. I'm not doing a lot of I guess I could use link here. Currently I'm not writing a lot of link in general. Like the what would I do instead here? Like my code is simple enough that I use link in a lot of places, but not everywhere. Let's keep going here. I want to now do this for my converter here. This one needs to do it as well. And so this should be serializer.serialize writer events like this. And then up here we do serializer.deserialize to this type. Reader, and this is going to be our events like that. Question mark here. Or no, we did this. Okay. .NET test. Beautiful. Happy days. All right, so there's going to be some merge conflicts here in a second. Git add .NET format. Probably don't need to run this every time. It's just I'm getting into a habit of doing that. It's been good for me. -m refactor. Oh, cool. Dungeon event map. Dungeon event map should serialize to JSON. There we go. Perfect. So now let's do a pull request. Let's get this into main. We fix this issue, and we're going to merge that into our other branch and continue from there. And hopefully this isn't too painful to merge in. We're going to let that run. Pull request 39. Last time I tried to use GitHub with Unity, it was a total mess. Basically, anything that wasn't text would get messed up, replaced with older versions and whatnot. Interesting. I've not had a lot of issues with GitHub, Git, and Unity. I don't know that I've had any issues with it. I suspect if you are working with multiple people on the same project, scenes could get weird and messed up. And like if multiple people were modifying the same files, I imagine merge conflicts might be bad. Yeah, Smab, I was hoping to write a blog post every Sunday. So I don't know if you guys know, but I have the world's worst blog and there's nothing on it. But I'd like to add some blog posts to this. Would it be worth a shot? Let's see, Quack says, I find this, Raylib, which gen bindings for Raylib as the current stable save variant is stuck on 3.5, would be worth a shot. Maybe. I don't know enough about it to be able to give you good feedback, Coaxed. I'm assuming that is... Oh, you're saying that the Rust bindings for Raylib are super old. It's on the latest version. So the C# bindings are for the latest version, Raylib 5. So the C# bindings are Raylib 5. Okay. Merge this in. And now comes, hopefully, this isn't too bad to merge in here. Let's get, oh, I shouldn't have committed that. That's okay. Check out, let's get branch. That really does, because I really like it. You might go on the Discord. They have a pretty active Discord. There might be some people working on the Rust bindings. Let's do a git merge main. Okay, cool. It went through. There were no conflicts. Let's make sure that we only have 2 failing tests. Okay. We're making some progress here. We got that merge in. Git branch dot delete 39 here. But they're raw, meaning manually handling of memory. Gotcha. It's C# variant on the same scope. I'm honestly not sure. I know it's a very active branch. C# Raylib. I know that the people working on the bindings are essentially updating very, very frequently on the on these branches. They're currently working on these native builds. I know that there's a lot of active development on this. You'll even notice 3 weeks ago was the most recent update. So I don't know the exact state of it, but I feel confident that it's in a good place because of the activity on the repository there. Okay. I need to take a quick break. We'll go. Yeah, I need to take a quick break. I'm planning to come back and keep working on this probably for another 55-ish minutes. So don't go anywhere. I need to go. My partner is leaving in 25 minutes, so I need to go talk to her, let her know that I'm streaming and wish her a beautiful day, or at least just check in with her. So hang tight, everybody. I'll return. I guess I don't have to justify myself, but don't go anywhere. I'll return. I'm coming back. No, Distron, I'm coming back. Don't say bye. I'll be back. Unless you're leaving, in which case, remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be, and you're welcome back anytime. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Maybe Tall, you're in charge while I'm gone. Folks, be sure to go check out Maybe Tall. Maybe Tall, maybe in charge. Maybe Tall, you're in charge while I'm gone. Keep things orderly, my friend. Keep things orderly. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Our dopamine. Oh, I got that fix. Oh.
Whoa.
You in the back. Pay attention. Seems good.
Doyle.
All right, we're back. Thank you guys for waiting. I hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for all the woes, nice and haze. Maybe tall. Thank you for keeping things going while I'm here. Thank you for the clouds of disapproval. Yeah, Nordice, we do have a Discord. If you want to join there, we have some cool stuff going. Caveman Crafting, glad to see you, my friend. Coax says C# is scary. I think it's all about. I feel like that's true about any new programming language. Anytime you're learning something new that has like a lot of complexity to it. I think, where's my book? Do I have? I guess I don't have it here. I was gonna say my C# in a nutshell book is a good example of why it might feel scary. Is my C# in a nutshell book? It's like the concise C#, but it's 1,000 pages long. It's a big thick book. Though, yeah, so those are all just things that are trying to make it simpler to write code that does more, right? Those are just syntax, nice syntax things. Anyone in community know any good dungeon crawler graphic assets that are free? Yes, my favorite one is, let's see if we can find it, dungeon crawler. My favorite free dungeon crawler assets are, let's see if we can find it. Oh man, I'm gonna, hang on, I can find it here. Character creator, importing assets. Let's see, where did I get these assets from? These, first person dungeon crawler art pack. This is a fantastic pixel art, not pixel art, but like retro style game with all the assets to make a dungeon crawler. And it's based off of this game here. I love this one. I have my students do this a little bit, but this is a fantastic asset pack. Yeah, the pixel art in here. When I see question mark, I assume it's an automatic result option handler. That's exactly right, Coax. It means if the thing on the left side is null, don't do the thing on the right. Create a converter for each of the dictionaries where you have that pattern instead of implementing the converter directly for each of the classes that use. Yeah, so that's exactly what I was starting to see. There was this pattern that I was starting to get into. The question mark says, if the value on the left is null, use the value on the right. If the value on the left is not null, use the value on the left. So this is the null coalescing operator. So it says if the thing is on the left is not null, go ahead and use it. Otherwise, use the thing on the right. But yeah, Nordice, as I was doing this, when I got into my dungeon crawler converter, you noticed I started realizing, oh, hey, there's some things I'm noticing this type. I've done this multiple times. I'm starting to see, oh, there's a pattern here where I believe I'm going to be able to write a serializer like this. Dictionary serializer, right? Dictionary JSON converter of type T. So T key, I think I'm going to be able to write something that looks like this, convert. And this is going to be a dictionary of type T key to, and then I guess I need a T val. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to write this. I just didn't realize that this was something that I wanted just yet. But yeah, Nordice, I think I'm getting to a point where I'm very close to doing this. And it's an interesting thing. Now that I'm writing it my third time, oh, I'm seeing this pattern. I'm seeing this thing. I can do it more easily this way. Map error, map or unwrap, that symbol confused me. I can take question mark, but question mark confuses me. Yeah, you don't need to use it. You don't need to use it. It does have ternary. I mean, but that's because it's a C style language. It's a C style language. So I'm gonna write this one more time. And hang on. Yeah, we're gonna write this one more time. And I'm pretty sure this is gonna be the last time I need to do this. And then I'm gonna be able to write this thing and then use this custom converter on it. And then pass it in there. But I want to just get this working one more time. I mean, so basically, yes, it's borrowed the horrible aspects of, yes, that's exactly right. So Java borrowed the horrible aspects of C++ because they said, well, we want people to write in this code. And so we're going to make it similar to something they know. And that was something they were trying to do. So rather than doing it this way, this becomes serializable. Serializer dot thank you for the hat redeem, Thindle. Let's get another hat added to this stack. Let's go, my friend. Let's get a hat added in there. Thank you very much for the hat redeem. What? Exactly. Folks, if you guys don't know the incredible Thindle, host of the Captain Coder, Captain What in Coax, thank you for the hat redeem. Let's get another hat added to the stack. Getting that hat stack attack. Great to have you here.
All right, let's let you down.
You could just do tile edge converter. We got maybe tall. Thank you for the hat. Let's get another hat added to that stack. Boom. 3 is a lucky integer. What makes 3 a lucky integer? Thank you for the hat redeems. Thank you all so much for those. You want more points? Coax, you got plenty. You got a lot of points. You gain points, 240 points, or 120 points an hour. Oh, you just want a shorthand command? Yeah, that'd be easy to add. Easy peasy. Let's see here. Commands. Oh, it might not actually be that easy to add. Points, because it's part of the currencies here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, you know what? I don't know if I can make an easy version of it. All right, I can, but it'll be a little bit harder to add. You know, I'm gonna say that for another time because I thought I could just set the alias, but there isn't an option for alias for currencies, so there's a little bit trickierness to it. All right, serializer dot serialize writer and serializable like that, and then the inverse becomes this thing. right? So basically the inverse is this. And we've written this thing. You'll notice there's a pattern here. We've written this thing 3 times. This becomes our serializable dungeon crawler manifest. We need a way to convert it back actually now. Serializable dungeon crawler manifest. And we're gonna do a new, we'll do manifest.to dungeon crawler manifest. And we'll just add that in here. Public dungeon crawler manifest to dungeon crawler manifest. That's interesting. I wonder if this will let me construct this with this constructor here. I bet I need a default constructor, but we'll find out. It's gonna be a new dungeon crawler manifest. Dungeon crawler manifest. Should really be a static method. Why do you need to override the default serializer? I'm using dictionaries. Yeah, pragmatic rubber duck, good question. The dictionary I'm using cannot be serialized, and it can't be deserialized without a conversion. So it's related to my dictionary type. Good question. Welcome to the stream, rubber duck. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Because I'm built different. I'm sorry if I'm missing stuff in chat. How are you not dead after 5.5 hours online? I am. We're in the afterlife. Manifest dot dungeon manifest is going to be equal to our. We got to go the other direction. Okay, this is the. All right, maybe. Pragmatic rubber duck. Thank you for the follow. Pragmatic rubber duck has followed me today now. Pragmatic rubber duck, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for following. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy to have you here. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Saturday. So I can't do this. There's a couple things I got to do. Let's go into my dungeon crawler manifest. And I think I actually just want this to be a dictionary here. And it's gonna just be a get set. I don't think I care about it. This is just data. It's just data. I don't care about it being set this way. And it's gonna start out with a default one like that. And same thing down here. This is just gonna be a get set like that. We're gonna kill this one under the hood. This is gonna make my life easier. It's just data. This still has some, let's just throw. Right now it's cascading upward because you have 2 dictionaries lower in the object. So if you register a converter for those, exactly. I was realizing I think I can just do that directly. Nordice, exactly. I think I'm just gonna do this thing next. I can kill this thing. Okay. And we should be able to use this. Externs everywhere. I'm missing so much of the chat. I'm sorry if I'm mixing stuff in chat. Feel free to @ me if you want me to see something. But I think this is what I want to do. And now I don't have to, I'm not gonna have to worry too much about this. I think. Could not write null to dictionary. We don't do this anymore. Instead, we serialize our value dot to serializable array like this. And then we can go the other way as well to restore it. Right? Coax says, if I have something like a function that does some output and has an arg for a user, would it make more sense to return early if the user invalid format? Or what's a better approach to that? Coax, I feel like I'm missing some content. Right, but then you would specify. So the key is different on all of my dictionaries. So I should be able to, I actually think this is gonna, what's interesting is this should be okay. String to thing should be okay. So you're saying I should do a tile edge converter. Let me go look at my, hang on. Let's look here before I get to my wall map. It makes sense for my wall map to do that. Let's look at my, because that's not the only thing that does it. I see what you're saying though. I see what you're saying. Fatmin94, welcome to the stream. Have you met Fatmin94 is following me today. Fatmin, thank you for following me on this beautiful day. Well, it's not just the tile edge. There's a position. So I need to do a converter for a bunch of different things, if that's the case. So it's not actually Nordis. It's not the tile edge that's the issue. No. You're wrong. You're wrong. I think you're wrong. Let me don't just say you're wrong. Thumbert Games, thank you so much for being here as well. I missed your message, but welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Coder or singer, maybe a little bit of both. Maybe I'm a soder. The classes that use the keys. No, I think this is the right path because my tile edge actually serializes just fine. My tile edge is serializing fine, but it's when it's a key, it just gets converted to a string, and so it's actually the dictionary that's the issue. It's the dictionary that's the issue. I think I can do it this way. It's when the dictionary doesn't have a string as a key. You can specify a converter for tile edge so that it can be used as a key. But sometimes the tile edge should be serialized as a tile edge. I think this will work. I think I have an idea to make this work. Let me cook for a second. Let me cook, because I have to convert it to and from a string. So I have to like parse the string back is the issue with the tile edge. I don't want to do that. I think I can do it this way. I think this will be fine. I actually think this will be just fine. I'm pretty sure this will be just fine. The problem is the dictionaries. It's that I'm not using strings. So the path your suggestion I take would work too. I understand what you're saying. You're suggesting I write a converter for when it's a key only, and it takes that key and it converts it to a string. And so I have a way to go to and from strings from a tile edge. Then I'm gonna need one for every other place that I use it. So it's in my map as well. I think this one thing will fix it here. Maybe not. You might be right. You might be right. So my event map is the other one. So now my event map has keys from positions to list of tile events. So this is where, if I have a record, is there a parse? If I make something a record, do I get a parse for free? That's a question. Nice, Dithron, tiny armyman. Not bad. So I need to do it for position as well. You could be right. This could be like my raw types down here. My converters for them. But yeah, then I'm gonna have to write a parser for to and from. Okay, you have a suggestion that I kind of like. I have to implement iParsable. I think you're right though. I think, all right, so let's break everything. I kind of like this idea. I think this would be simpler. Nordice, I think you're right. I think you're right. I know I said I think you're wrong a minute ago, but I think you're right. So my model extensions. If I come up with a set of, it's a trivial thing to do, see it in my admin code. Well, I actually don't think I need it. What I think I need here. Let's branch off main again, because I want to do it without failing tests. Let's branch off main again. Get checkout main. Hang on. What changes are... Everything's broken. Nothing is working. I hadn't really made any real progress here. Let's get reset. Let me make sure I hadn't made any real progress. Okay, this, I want this still. All right, we're gonna have to do a partial commit again. Have an idea. Should only have 2 failing tests here before I do this weird commit. Like a partial. We'll do a squash. We'll do a rebase. Git commit -m chore partial work on JSON serializer. Ken Kajiro, welcome to the stream, my friend. Did I not do a git add here? Welcome to the stream. I hope you have a what language is this? This is C#. Okay. We're C sharpen. All right, check out B refactor to use refactor converters. Okay. Rumple Force. All right. Rumple, welcome to the stream. What a name. What a name. This is a PG-11 teen stream, by the way. So I'm going to be careful not to say that name. But Rumplekin, thank you for following me today. Rumplekin. What a name. Oh, my goodness. With that force. Almost got me. You almost got me. What a hilarious name. Yeah, you're sharpening your C. You're sharpening your C. Yeah. Okay, so I want to do a refactor here. So the refactor that I'm gonna go for here is interesting, and I think I like this way better. Is exactly so we're gonna get rid of our wall map JSON converter. Boom, gone. Dungeon map JSON converter. Boom, gone. Our model extension is gonna be real upset with us, but instead. We have I'm going to create a public static. It's like a thing of like the different converters that we want. All right. So what is this accepting? Serialize objects. What is the second one that takes converters? Per JSON converters. Okay. So we're going to create a public static JSON converter. Converters. Make this a read only. Boom. And then these are going to be all of our converters here. And I think we need 2 converters, right? converters. I like this, converters. Yeah, in Nordites, I think you absolutely have it. This is where the 2-string is going to work. This is going to work. I'm really excited about this. Because now that I'm going to do my converter, turning it to a string actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. I wish I hadn't deleted the converter file because I want it for reference, but I can go find it this way because of source control. All right. So this is where some magic happens. We're going to create a new folder, converters. And in here, I'm going to do a tile edge converter. Tile edge converter. Tile edge. This is where it being a string is totally fine. It's going to be totally fine here. Come on, hands. Tile edge converter. I think I understand. I think I'm understanding now what we're going to be. Quaxed, I also disagree with that. I found it to be pretty, it's getting better. It's getting better, but it still is not great. Okay. So this is where we can do the writer.write value like this. We'll take our value. Okay. Cannot write a null tile edge. Let's convert it to JSON first. So JSON convert dot serialize object value. So we actually turn it into a string, JSON string here. We do actually want it to be string here. Oh, I think we can be even cheaper than that, Nordice. I think we'd be even cheaper, like simpler than that. Okay. And here I do value reader.value as string. Pragmatic duck. So I can't use it. That's a great question. Pragmatic duck, sorry. Permit. You have to be a member. You have to be here for a little bit. So Pragmatic Duck said, I see you don't use system text.json. I want this to be compatible with Net Standard 2.1. So that doesn't exist in Net Standard 2.1. Is it supposed to commit? No, there's I just like a double dollar in that command probably. String raw. Throw this exception here. Could not read tile edge from reader.value. Okay. And now, is that an old project? This here, I want it to be compatible I want it to be usable inside of Unity. So Unity is using an old fork of Mono that makes it difficult. Basically, it doesn't use latest .NET features. So it's using an older, yeah. So we're doing this to be compatible with a Unity project. So there's some hoops I have to jump through. So json.convert.deserialize tile edge here, raw. Okay. Let's see what errors we get. We're gonna get something about position failing, I believe. And in fact, all of these are still going to fail. Yeah, map should convert because we don't have the converter here. So this should be our tile edge converter.shared. Oh, it doesn't like the naming of this? Interesting. Magic? Question mark? Okay. No. Is it? I thought this was going to be it. Let's take a look. Oh, our wall map. All right, so our wall map doesn't expose this. So we have to update our wall map now to be this. Really, we should probably get rid of this. Just make this a get set. So it was no longer accessible. So let's do this. Yeah, it's the default background, coax. Okay, how do we do? Then we could be twinsies. Okay, still not working. Let's take an actual look at the error. No more null. All right. I bet it's gonna say it still doesn't. Wait. Okay, this is the weird thing where it's saying, hang on. Oh, okay. This is great. This is great. So this worked. Now my dungeon event map doesn't work. That makes sense. Okay. So that's weird that hang on. This is the weird, hang on. This is the weird thing. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, this is annoying. Wall map should save. Okay, so it's not actually working. This is reporting misinformation. Let's debug this test. But run it just here. I bet this would not happen in Visual Studio. Okay. Notice it says it's failing here, but it has the green check. I don't understand that. It's probably related to member data. Maybe some of them are passing. Okay. Actual map count. All right, so this looks the way I want it to. Maybe? That's interesting. I guess that's fine. We're getting more information than I care for now. Because this is a getter, but it's not going to be able to set it. Oh man. Let's see what this error is. Okay. That one passes. Okay, this is why we're getting the green. I understand it now. The green is saying sometimes it's because they're named. It can't differentiate them. I understand the error now. Thank you for the hat redeem, Lance. Did we get another hat in there? We've been going for a while. Thank you for the second hat redeem. Let's get another hat added to the stack. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's a nice hat. Have a beautiful day, Lance. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. I'll be back tomorrow, so I'll see you then. All right, so now this is where it cannot deserialize. Could not convert string. Yeah. So Nordes, No, that's fine. That's not the issue. So this is the issue that we were seeing before. It doesn't know that this string should be a tile edge. It's just saying it doesn't. It's like, oh, by the way, there's a string here, and I don't know how to convert it to a tile edge. Yeah. So I don't think this will work. I thought this would work. I thought this was going to be really cool and simple. But it didn't. It doesn't work. Create a type converter to convert from string to the key type object. So type converter. Okay. That sounds better. So how do I create a type converter? Newton soft type converter. Well, I have that. No, I'm already doing that. It already has that being passed in. But yeah, so it's already taking one of those. Okay, so you're saying, so I'm calling this one, taking in my converters here, which creates a setting with those converters. Yeah. So I need something that goes from a string. It's super interesting to me. Create a type converter to convert from string to the key type object. Captain Chica, congratulations on number 21, my friend. Great to have you here. I would really like to finish this before I wrap up for the day. We're so close. This sample creates JSON converter that overrides serialization to add a keys property. Well, the JSON is actually not that. Here, I'll show you the JSON. If we go into our test. So the JSON in question is valid JSON. I'll show you it in just a second. Here, let's get this to run. It's the second instance here. Okay, so it's this one. Format. Format. How do I set the type? Language. JSON. Format document. It's valid. It's just that this is the string. It's not written correctly. What do you mean it's not written correctly? Oh. No. So if we go to our wall map. But you're correct. I'm doing something wrong in my converter. Tile edge. It's interesting. I'm using something called Zoom It Pragmatic Rubber Duck. It's built into Windows Sys internals, or it's part of Windows Sys internals. This is so weird. Tile edge. Yeah. I thought I wrote that test. It must be in our branch. All right, so let's open up tile edge. Good. Theory. 5.7 facing dot north. 2, 3 east. Public void. Serialize with converter. Int x, int y. Facing. Void. Tile edge under test. X, Y, facing. JSON convert dot serialize under test, and then this is going to be using our tile edge converter dot shared. Okay, tile edge actual is going to be our JSON convert dot deserialize object. JSON actual dot should be under test. Okay. This one's actually slightly different, so I think it's okay. It's a short enough test, and it's slightly different because I'm using this. Before I wasn't using this to convert it. Let's run these. These are gonna fail, I think. I hope. If these don't fail, then I'm perplexed. It works. Oh man. What the hey? All right, so it's happy to turn these to and from. Using that converter. Okay, so that works. It's when it's fascinating. So am I just misunderstanding type converter to convert from string to key? Is a type converter different than a JSON converter? Type converter. Do I need to tell it that there's a way to turn a string So I'm wondering, is there a thing that I need to say that says like, oh, by the way, this thing can go from a string into, because it's not actually JSON there, it's a string. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused. Is there, so let me try something. Type converter. There's a thing called type converter. What is C# type converter? C# type converter. I've never seen this. Provides a unified way of converting types of values to other types as well as for accessing standard. Type converter, type of my class converter. How to create an instance of type converter and bind it to a class. The class implementing the converter must inherit from type converter. Type of my class converter. When you have a property that has an enumeration property, another common type converter usage is to convert an object to a string. The following code does this. I want to convert from string. This is, I think, what I need here. Some kind of type converter in the following code. So type converter, type of my class converter. I don't understand. The implementing the converter my class converter must inherit from the type converter. Okay. Let's try public class tile string. I don't know what to call this. Tile edge type converter. Implements type converter. That is odd. How do I extend this thing? It's just this, right? Yeah. What does this class look like? The most common type of converter is one that converts to and from text representation. You have a property that has an enumeration. Methods. Can convert from, can convert to. There's a lot I'd have to do in this. Also use a type converter to convert a value from. CalOrb asks, would it be better for that unit test to be split into two separate ones? It's hard to know if the serialization or deserialization that is failing. Not sure if there's other tests for it already. So the hard part with doing the serialization and deserialization separate is I could manually figure out what the serialization should look like. I could write a test that says serialization doesn't throw an exception. Mab, thank you for the link. Let's check it out. But I still want, I want it to go both ways. I want to be able to serialize to JSON and then deserialize, and then the two objects should be identical. So yes, I could do that. See what this say. I have a dictionary serialized to storage with data constructor contract JSON serializer. Deserialize using Newton JSON. So mine, it's pretty format JSON creates, and I'd like to read both the old data contract. Maybe I should not do what I'm doing where I have them in different assemblies, because then I could do that. It's a completely generic version. Let's look at this first. You could use a custom converter. See, this is what I was going to make originally, was my dictionary converter. JSON, so you want or deserialize it to another one.
Whoa.
Sticks. Thank you so much for the raid. Folks, we don't know the incredible Sticks Color. Amazing artist. Fabulous human being. Be sure to give her some love. Sticks, how was your stream? Tell us all about it. If you got anything you want to share with us, feel free to do so. Folks, be sure to click that follow button if you want to watch an amazing game dev artist do her thing. It's amazing over there. How was your stream? Tell us about it. If you got a raid and run, no worries. Oh, stream Daggerfall. Awesome. Awesome. This was what I was originally going to do, is make a converter for my dictionary. So that I could specify that, hey, if it's a dictionary, do a thing. This isn't what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to... Yeah, I'm trying to do something a little bit different. I don't think that is the same issue that I have right now, although it is a different solution that would solve the overall problem. The overall problem I'm having, I think, could be solved that way. Sly Jolt, thank you for the follow. Sly Jolt followed me, and I gotta say thank you, Sly Jolt. Thank you for the follow, Sly Jolt. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy Saturday. I'm wondering if it really means to do a type converter here. I really do wonder. The error says create a type converter. So I'm really wondering, is JSON converter does not that's interesting. JSON converter Newton soft. Is this, I want to look at this code. Is this thing a type converter? It's an abstract class. Why came up with the idea to put a serialized JSON object as an object key? Well, because I have a dictionary that has an object key. Fly Jolt is by far the coolest way anyone has said my name. Let me know if I should pronounce it differently. But that's what it looks like to me. SL Jolt might be another way, but Sly Jolt I like a lot. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Happy to have you here. Yeah, so I need a way to convert this dictionary to JSON. That's what it's sort of coming down to for me. And so I could write a custom converter for this. You can map a simple JSON object and then map to dictionary. Pragmatic Rubber Duck says you could map to simple JSON object and then map to dictionary. That's what it's doing right now. So it doesn't have a problem writing it. So it has no problem writing this. It has a problem deserializing it because this is the key. So it's basically saying, hey, I don't know how to turn this string into the type that you want. You need to have a conversion for it. And so this, I thought this converter would do it, but it doesn't. And it kind of turns out I don't even need this converter. I think, I don't know. Are there methods here that I can override? Yeah, not in JSON, no. In C#, yes. My dictionary works fine like that. In JSON, it needs to be a string. Can convert. Determines whether this instance can convert the specified object type. So I can't override this anyway. Because it's sealed, right? So I wouldn't be able to do I can do a read. Yeah, it doesn't do anything though. Kuani, let's check it out. List dictionary converter. So this is same thing as I could do it for my dictionary, right? So this is what I was gonna do before. All right, Smab, take a look at it. Take a look at it. This is what I was gonna do, and then someone suggested not doing this. I was gonna do it so that my dictionaries would convert into arrays, essentially is what I was gonna do. Maybe I could steal this. Has trouble with dictionary object complex keys. This is exactly what I want. I would like to give credit if I take this. It's all Gramolx, it's all that dope. Thank you for the dopamine.
Oh, I got that fix.
Crazy Mike, welcome back to the stream, my friend. I always end up back on this stream. It's a fun place to be, apparently. It's a fun place to be, apparently. JSON net converters. I might need this as well. Kind of looks like I'm gonna need that. Let's see. I'm not anti-affiliate. Did I make an affiliate command? I almost did. I don't want the ads. I'm torn on it. I'm torn on it. Maybe I should do it. A little bit. We'll probably be wrapping up here. I wanted to wrap up about 8 minutes ago. Let's try a thing. Can we drop this code in? He has a NuGet package. Let's see if it's compatible. Why can't I do this? I've never used a dictionary where a key wasn't a primitive like string or int. Does it calculate based on hash code? And it has to be equatable and have a hash code. So yes, it uses hashes. Super powerful, super useful thing to do. Skydriver, have fun at your friends meetup. I wish you in the chat all the best. Have a beautiful day, Skydriver. Thank you for hanging out with us. JSON, let's see if we can find this. JSON net converters. NuGet.
Whoa.
Siler Atomic, thank you for being here. Let me go look at it. I want to find. Where did you? So before I just do random stuff, Nordice, where did you find that? Where did you find that? Where is that? I want to go look at the NuGet package because I want to make sure it's compatible with everything I'm doing. It doesn't have any extra dependencies. JSON net converters. There it is. Okay, thank you. Frameworks. Not compatible with net standard 2.1. So it needs to be standard compatible with net standard 2.1. So I have these annoying constraints a little bit. Siler, how was your stream? What did you work on today? What did you accomplish? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sending your crew our way. Folks, if you want to watch an incredible game dev at work, be sure to go check out Siler Atomic. How's your game coming along? Tell us a little bit about it. Green Coke, welcome to the chat. Happy to have you here. Thank you for the cookies. Thank you for the cookies. has way better compatibility. I just need it for Unity. It works fine in Unity. It's more of the tower defense game going well. Awesome. I'm not sure why they released a 2.1, which suddenly wasn't standard. Interesting. I don't know either. I actually don't know the difference between the two. All right, so I might just go write my converter here. Pragmatic Rubber Duck. With PG-11 teen stream. We got a PG-11 teen stream. So just keep the language simple and fresh and family friendly. No worries though. You're new here. All right, so nothing to apologize for. Nothing to apologize for. It was built in. Let's get strongly typed ID NuGet. Strongly typed ID. There are no supported frameworks. What? All right, well. Hang on. Let's just. I want to see if we can just make this work. All right, can we just make this work? Hang on. This should be in a namespace. JSON converters. All right. JSON converters. This is a file called list dictionary converter. List dictionary converter. Okay. Is assignable to. All right, so there's going to be an issue with that. Is assignable to as part of what? It's using reflection, which is already almost a no-go for me, I think. Type.base type.is assignable from. Interesting. Okay. I'm feeling a little bit drained here. Kev Ryan, thank you for being here. Kev Ryan, thank you for the follow. Kev Ryan, welcome aboard. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Thank you for following me today. All right, we're gonna have to take a break. I need to step away from this. I got some stuff I gotta take care of. I'm a little sad I didn't get to finish this on stream. I'm gonna keep working on it later. Let's find someone to raid into, folks. All right. I'm just 6 hours. I'm a little bit loopy right now. So we're gonna take a break. Let's go raid. Who do we got? Let's go raid Mark. Let's go raid Mark here. Taking a break. Oh, on a break. We won't raid Mark. Let's see. Sundown's always good. Let's raid Bardak. We haven't raided Bardak in a while. Oh, Two Nerdy Nerds has been hanging out. We're gonna do Two Nerdy Nerds. Then maybe we'll do Bardak. We raided Sundown a few days ago. Two Nerdy Nerds have been hanging out here a lot, so we're gonna give a raid to Two Nerdy Nerds. Folks, when we get there, give them some love. Here's our raid message. Happy Saturday. Show us your game. Twitch raid. Like that. Boom. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be. You're welcome back anytime. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Same time, same place. Bye-bye.